Echo, echo, echo. What is up, one and all? Happy Tuesday? Thursday? Friday? Tuesday? When did I get Tuesday? Dude, Friday. We're on Friday. I know that. I know how days a week work. Me, very smart. Hopefully you had a good evening yesterday and now you're ready, relaxed, PMA, ready to get on with your day in a good fashion with big, exciting things to look forward to. The announcement around KPMM is today. We will know when KPMM starts today. I'm not going to tell you right now. Some people are going to feel teased. You have to hang around because let's be totally real. If I tell you now, 5 minutes from now, another person's going to ask. I have to tell again. And then 5 minutes from then, another person. And then 5 minutes from then. Instead, we escalate it. We just let you guys enjoy some amazing games of Age of Empires 4. We've got some more Crackety today. We've got some Sortof, some Louis MT, some Jif, some Elyona, maybe a little bit of Core, some SAS. We've got some MSN and Kilyadi. There's loads. So we'll let that brew. We'll enjoy the games. And then, a little bit later, towards the end of the stream, we'll announce what's going to be happening at KPMM. How we're going to be buying. When it all kicks off. A little bit wider. Which, for God's sake, I swear to God, I hope they don't send me PayPals for that. Yeah, I've had to deal with some people send me PayPals. The problem is, I don't know if you guys know this. This is actually something I discovered. So I set up a currency account. I set up a currency account so I could deal with the exchange of like thousands of dollars being sent to me for prize pool distribution, right? Because the alternative is I get sent the prize pool, it gets converted to pounds, I lose some money there, and then I have to send it to other people, it gets converted again, and I'm just out of pocket, right? Which is definitely not what we want to have happen there. So what I done is I went and I specifically got a dollar account set up. I probably should have done this as a business, my casting work. Don't know how much money I've lost because I didn't do that. But then I'm like, okay, ready to send this money. And I get the invoices for KPMM1, and like a bunch of them are just PayPal addresses. And I'm like, brother, why? Fine, let's go on to PayPal. Let's try to figure this out. And I went to PayPal. I linked my bank account, but you can't actually. I don't know if you guys know this. You can't actually link a currency account. PayPal doesn't allow it. PayPal doesn't like you doing anything but converting into your primary currency and back. It's really, really bad. And you don't want to do that. You don't want to deal with that because like between the withdrawal and like process with PayPal to a bank account, with the conversion fees, etc. Like I think you lose like some like 5% of the transaction in total. It's so bad. So like I'm gonna have to probably warn players, like if they really, really fervently require PayPal, they're probably gonna lose a slight piece of their prize pool earnings because like I shouldn't have to front the bill on that because they don't want to use a bank account. Whatever reason behind why they don't want to use a bank account is up to them, right? Maybe they're money laundering. But like, yeah, so we'll figure that one out. It's just like the thing, I need to be conscious of that now moving forward because like I think that's my biggest reluctance about including more people in payout per week. Is I know there's going to be a bunch of people that will get like, you know, 25, 50 bucks and then like, I won't PayPal. All right. Anyway, you guys are ready for the fun time? We're kicking off with a banger. Look at this. Look at who I got in. In fact, let me quickly update. That's not Dimmu, by the way. You won't find Dimmu up against the fantabulous Sortof. No. This is none other than Mr. Sacre Bluey. Man, green always just works so well, doesn't it? I love how well green works. I need to decrease the sizes of these. It always feels too big, right? I feel like it should be slightly smaller in scale. Maybe. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's pretty much there. He might be ever so slightly bigger. Right? I think we're more or less aligned. Let me also just bring this back. We don't need that much dead space. All right. Fantastic. I need a quicker solution for doing this, to be honest with you. I also just need to get another mouse. Because, like, I'm using the trackpad. My primary mouse is also busted. So I need to, like, dude, we need to get a mouse sponsor. I need to see what up and who's doing what. All right, you guys ready, though? Wait, actually, what is Louis... One sec, what is Louis' elo at right now? Goodness gracious. Alright, let's start the video. Big alert from the ladder in Season 11. The number 1 is about to crack 2,400 elo. And look who's in his way on the journey. We have got Sortof going up against Louis MT. Louis MT is 0-3 and 0-4. I respect the commitment to the memes of how he finished on Land 2. This is exactly why so many people love Louis MT. Let's get into this one, because this one's going to be a banger. Japanese versus Byzantines always feels like fireworks. If you guys aren't familiar with Louis MT is the most accomplished player out of the Chinese region for Age of Empires 4. He is also probably the second biggest content creator in that country for Age of Empires 4. He just attended a LAN in Denmark where he went 0-3 and 0-4. Hence the memeful name. He just dropped to the drop to the drop. He got slayed, right? Marine Lord took him out 0-4, and then I believe it was Beastie before that 0-3. So pretty rough time overall Louis MT had. He obviously was then able to recover in the lower bracket to make it to playoffs. But compared to the fact that this guy before that thrusted a trophy in an S-tier tournament, very big downgrade. And I just want to say, like, this is showmanship, right? Like, this is not even showmanship is necessarily the word. This is good sport nature, right? This is swallowing the defeat. I'm going to even turn the nameplate off so you guys can see it very clearly. This is swallowing the defeat and eating the humble pie, right? No, like, you know, big up and then excuses or anything like that. Louis MT, the funny part about it to me is he's not even a guy who necessarily smack talks. Right? Like, not that we know, he doesn't speak elegant English, right? He knows a little bit of English. But I knew a player just like this type of name profile if they lose big. But that guy would, like, smack talk like crazy, right? So it's almost like he had to eat the humble pie. Like, if you want to talk big, if you want to be cocky, you've also got to, like, just accept the defeat with grace. The beautiful thing about Louis is he isn't, like, arrogant in victory or anything like that, but he still just chooses to lean into these meaningful moments. This is probably my favorite person in AoE 4 right now, right? And it's just because his whole persona exudes having fun. That's the best way to describe it. I think you'll see it in these games, because Louis MT, whether it goes early or late, he always finds a way of having fun. Sort of a bit more of a sweaty gamer, but also a lovely fella. He's, of course, Swede living in Korea, so actually, ping-wise, shouldn't be a problem at all here. This is really like the true testament to sort of how deep he's coming, how fast he's developing, right? If he's able to start getting like wins semi-frequently from players like Louis MT, Wham, Vortex, etc. on the ladder, that's when I think we're likely to see Sortof start to make these deeper runs into tournament play. It's not quite there yet, and I think he doesn't mind me admitting that. We've got KPMM returning soon, and I imagine he'll join in on those too, because it's a great way to actually kind of sharpen your teeth and get used to the tournament format again. Specifically in this game, though, we are going to be getting a Rax opening. This is wholly to be expected. Japan is always looking for an opportunity with those Dark Age Rax rushes being cheaper. And what better civ to do it against than the Byzantines? Byzantines that got a pretty rough spawn here. Yeah, this is brutal. Stone and berries on one spot. Like, you wish the gold was there or something. At least then you'd have stone or berries to lean into. Instead, we're going to have Louis MT going towards the Imperial Hippodrome. Imperial Hippodrome, which, by the way, has been growing in popularity. That's right. Everyone's attending the horse races these days. Yeah, you go back not too long ago, people widely considered this to still be a memeful landmark. Or, shall we... Sorry, let's be the more diplomatic approach to memeful. Very situational is the simple way to put it. It was very, very situational to use this, but now it's becoming a bit more fluid, a bit more frequent. And honestly, I'm all for it. I love the way the players have developed strategies over how they want to use this now. It isn't just I pressed the button didn't work, and now my game is over, right? Because remember, with Imperial Hippodrome, you get access to an ability that buffs your cavalry damage and also heals them, gives them more movement speed. Like, it's a powerful ability. But in the early game, it's heavily rationed, right? Very rarely we get more than one shot at it. And what have I missed in chat while we've been hyping this up? All the talk. Did I check out the latest Beastie M-Lord drama? I mean, it was all discombobulated within the video, like within the VOD, right? So like, I glanced parts of it via Reddit. I glanced part of Dimu's breakdown and part of Vortex's breakdown, and kind of sounds like what we said a few days ago when we cast over the game and we checked the remake condition holds true, right? Like, the wider drama is like the idea of just like, okay, let's compare to the WAM. Why are we even comparing to the WAM one? Completely different situation, completely different set of variables. You don't make a parallel there at all. It makes no sense. Even if you did want to make the parallel, the WAM game is more over than like the Beastie Marine Lord one. But yeah, I think overall our goal is to try and be happy campers today, guys. Like the drama to me is, from what I've seen anyway, and maybe it's just through the mediums that I've consumed it, childish. And as a scene where the average age of our esports competitors is what, 30? We shouldn't, like, it shouldn't be that childish. So, Sortof, he's gone in for the spears pretty heavy-handedly at home as well, right? I think he had 3 on the forward and he added in more when he saw the horseman play, but Archer's already coming from Louis MT, and it means he's going to be able to break out of the base. Does have to switch, though. Outpost is up. You can't really contest that too early. He could blob up to like 7 or 8 horsemen with several archers and go in, but it'd be very expensive. The only reason he'd do that is if he desperately wants to get the olive oil, which is understandable because right now he's mercenaryless. Yeah, like the Hippodrome Horsey's Lombo's OP. Yeah, but you can't get it. That's the point with this strategy from Sortof. That's what makes it so good. His opening has completely invalidated the best strategy for the Byzantines. So instead, you're getting poor man's Lombos. They're not even long. Like, look, the bow is like not even the length for the guy. So this makes him substantially weaker. Although Sortof's approach here, heavy on the gold at the start, is intriguing. Is he looking for the Yumi Bannerman early? I think he's just trying to lock in all technologies. So like Steeled Arrow is already coming. He'll want enough gold for Undermesh, which he's not likely to get here. Which means he has to kind of eat rocks a bit. I mean, he could literally eat rocks, right? Like, you can actually eat stone to get gold. But no, I meant that more figuratively. He's just going to have to suck it up and accept he's going to have to scale quite a few Yumi to break out of this. Yumi feel pretty good against Byzantines, especially when they play this type of strategy. Like, if it's Longbows, Longbows can contest early, but obviously they can get overwhelmed by Yumi mass. But we don't even have that Longbow threat. We still don't have any berry gathering whatsoever. Louis does have an option at the front of his base. Hasn't chosen to commit to it, though. Horsemen are circling. Remember, this Triumph Charge is not going to be used early on. At least it shouldn't be. Typically, you're looking to save it for that big moment, that decisive moment, which will get you a big enough lead to then go castle, or a big enough advantage in a fight to win the game. Yeah, it's kind of like when someone says, would you sell your car? You're like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if I want to sell my car. Like, well, how important is your car to you right now? Like, what would it take for you to sell your car, i.e. press the Triumph button? Would it take 15 Yumi out of position? I mean, that kind of sounds a little bit... What about 20 Yumi out of position? Okay, I don't know, man. I still need it to, like, get around. I gotta go and, like, you know... Gotta go and harass villages, and I gotta keep you out of my base. What about 25 Yumi? Okay, mate, I'm tempted. 30 Yumi, final offer, deal, right? Like, it's almost like that type of feeling when you're playing around this Triumph build. Because if you do sell yourself short on the deal... And you're like, oh, damn, I haven't got the car anymore. I'm now going to have to get a taxi everywhere. Wasn't worth the deal. So both players going to be scaling up here. Sortov's going to be not there. It's interesting because he could technically go Ona Bugeisha, but I don't know about Ona Bugeisha against Horseman Triumph, actually. I haven't seen that particular matchup, I think, ever. Maybe once or twice a long, long time ago, but like not in recent memory. The problem with that matchup is like, actually, Ona Bugeisha are great value exchange into Horsemen. The problem is When you add in the Triumph, which is +4 damage, by the way, on a unit that can max out at 10 damage normally, you can see why it gets pretty rough. I am a little bit surprised that Sortof maybe didn't entertain the idea of Horsemen. We saw that from Marine Lord. If you guys remember, Marine Lord Beastie, it was the final game of the Denmark LAN where he played Mass Horseman, Ego Child the Byzantines, and because he had the melee tech plus the Uma Bannerman, with good positioning, he was able to just beat Hippodrome's Bow. Yeah, that would have been interesting, actually. Yumi plus Horseman. It's also a lot faster of a composition. Spearman slows you down, but going Horseman means that you're moving at the Yumi speed, which is higher than standard infantry. Louis being a little bit frustrating. Sortof has snuck out into the deer, and I don't think that Louis knows at all. He is, however, about to get access to Mercs. We've got the Kira Siphon coming out. Yeah, and he's already up to level 5 System. Despite that delay, that frustration, he's locked it in. And info on KPMM will be dropped later today. So you'll want to hang around. It might be even sooner than you think. Samurai from Sortof. What? Okay. We're definitely swinging in a different arc now. I wouldn't have really expected Samurai at this stage. Wonder what the thought process is, because this is the thing, guys. Hippodrome Triumph can actually like beat Samurai. I think for Sortof, it's probably because the archers are going to kill the Spearmen too fast. So by littering in a few Samurai, it means that sometimes the arrow fire is just going to go after a target that is worthless against, right? So this is kind of a classic strat. I'm hoping it's just a few Samurai instead of him massing Samurai. Because I don't really know if you have the long-term food to like sustain that. I guess Kura Storehouse does give you some leeway. Good interception of the Horseman, though, and like this is another problem, right? When they cut to reinforcements like this, it should be a lot harder to kill those Horsemen, to stop them killing the Yumi, if you choose to go this way. What's going up from Louis, though? Well, thank you. Appreciate everyone who's been messaging me about how much they love KPMM, wondering when it's going to come back. For those who don't know what KPMM is the most successful weekly format in Age of Empires that will be returning for 40 more weeks. Yeah, kind of crazy stats. What was that? Over 17 million minutes watched in the first edition as well. You guys are wild. Game's slowed down a lot now, right? I think Sortof realizes there's no attack point right now. It's just too risky stepping up against these horsemen. Like, you saw what started to happen when he brought the first force forward. The horsemen went looking for the reinforcements. Triumph has still not been triggered, by the way. And in fairness, I don't think Louis is looking to trigger it at all now, because he just doesn't have that many horsemen yet. At this point, like with how deep the game is getting, you want to be up to maybe like 15 horsemen for that Triumph pull, because then it's substantial, right? With 15 horsemen, 30-second window, you can run down everything. Sort of, I think he knows about that growing risk. He hasn't really been able to force the commitment of the ability, which is another reason as to why he doesn't want to commit into the enemy base. I wonder. Nah, I'm not going to say it. No sippy cup. I think, honestly, I think the memes with Sistan is kind of over. Sistan in the first hill is probably never going to come back in until it gets some sort of buff, such as a level 6 Sistan unlock would make a lot of sense. It's just too rough to justify currently. Goldenhorn Tower, especially like with this build, Goldenhorn Tower is way too good to give up. Remember, with the level 5 Sistan being there by the time you go age 3, it means that this Conscriptio buff, the increased production rate, applies to the Mercenary Landmark. It doubles the production rate. That's why you're not going to see anyone do sippy cups anymore. Right? The gulp is nice, but double production rate on Mercs? Too good to pass up. The fact alone that Biz players learn how to use Hippodrome makes tower rushes less effective. I mean, they had to learn it. You have to remember, we came off the back of a meta where Dark Age rushes was at an all-time high. So, you know, I think, like at Olympia, Byzantine players should be grateful that the Deer Shove meta was a thing, because what it done is it allowed them to take the time to figure out a new way. If you remember in the Diashav meta, a lot more civs were doing Dark Age openings. In fact, Japan was every single game because it just organically followed up into this outpost rush on the enemy berries really nicely. Backup coming in. By the way, Goldenhorn Tower with Keshik contracts. So he's going for the heavy calf. This is actually an interesting direction to go in. I don't mind it. The thought process here is that you can actually mirror the Mounted Samurai of enough Keshiks. This is reminiscent of like Mongol Japanese games where we've actually seen Mongols able to win off of raw numbers in a heavy cav clash against Japan. It's actually quite surprising how effective it can be because like the thing is Keshiks hit lower damage than standard knights, which is bad normally, but when you're up against deflective armor, it means you're like losing out on less initial burst DPS. Trade-off being is like the Keshiks are a little bit cheaper. Now, whether you can actually get the scale that a Mongol player would be able to is the big question mark because he is very, very limited when it comes to olive oil. Unless he can now rush relics. And he doesn't even have an organic timing. Like, this is the trade-off of going Hippodrome. You're not going to be quick into your monks because when you go Grand Winery, remember, it's not just a mill, it's also later on a monastery. It's also a way that you can generate olive oil via relics. And now, Louis just doesn't have that at all. So yeah, unless he wants to try and, you know, come back into Keshik's hyper late, I think this is very much kind of a timing comp. And then after the timing passes, just use it to raid. First Mounted Samurai arriving in the base, sort of just trying to be annoying. Did manage to extract a worker kill. Won't be able to hang around to hunt for more though. Northside, great fight there though, sort of. Catches the 4 Keshiks. Louis, now looking for some blood. We'll start to march in. But Veterancy is already there for spears, so he needs to be fast about this. Triumph is going to get activated, so here we go. He needs some kills out of this. Expilatores was not taken, by the way, so he's not getting paid gold for this. It's just a trade of horsemen lost for worker kills gained. And it is going to last for a long time. 30 seconds remaining on that Triumph pull. The villager count looking really good here. That's 6 kills so far. This is about, what, 3 horsemen? Idle time as well. Definitely a worth it exchange for Louis. Sort of, kind of just standing here, didn't find an entry point. So busy reacting to that, the best he could hope for was idling out his opponent. Still, he does have map control, and with that, he can think about relics. But now he may need to think about Euroshir dropping. Okay, he did already, yeah. The TC Euroshir drop means he'll be able to catch up. He desperately needs to. Because remember, it's not just you up against 54 villagers, it's the buffed system effect here on practically the entire economy. Actually, I say that. A lot of his economy isn't buffed, weirdly enough. Yeah, he never set it up around the deer or anything. Two TC. Whoa. Sort of definitely feeling the damage of that strike. And we have Varangian switch. So if the goal now for Louis MT is to go crossbows, Varangian, maybe cataphracts, this is where I definitely want to see him get into like the Expilatores. It would have been nice to have gotten that extra gold gen from worker kills. Because remember, with the Expilatores tech, you do 2 more damage, which isn't too important when you've got Triumph activated anyway. But the more important part is that you'll get 30 gold per worker kill. Yeah, you know what we need? We need the ultimate Civ to use that against. We need a Civ where the villagers produce quicker, but they have less health. God, can you imagine? You know, they have like 25 health, half the gathering rate, half the cost, and occupy half the space, i.e. 0.5 population. Ah, that reminds me of that game mode. You guys remember when we used to play Puny Peasants? Puny Peasants was incredible. It was a game mode where the villagers were reduced down to 5 HP. They were the size of a little smurf. And they basically gathered 1 resource and would drop off. Puny Peasants was goated. Sadly, the modder never updated it. So it didn't work with the new civs. Yes, it was quite comical because their population space take was 0.1. Still circling looking for targets here. But Louis been doing a good job of dodging the death so far. Does it again? Sort of. Only just got a minor glimpse at what is happening. What? Louis! The mining camp! He forgot it! Oh my god. Talk about a Congo line there. And Sortof's Mountain Samurai count doesn't really feel that great right now, though. It's kind of a shame because his opponent is playing quite wide with his locations, right? Like, he's been gathering berries on the front side, which is going to become brutal. He's already fortifying, so I imagine Mangonel Tower coming in after that. And it's a good position for a Mango Tower in front of the base like this. 2TC is now putting Sortof in the lead on Raw Villager count, though. Daimyo is not level 2 yet, which is unfortunate considering he's been forced to add in additional farms. So, not benefiting from that bigger gathering rate buff. And crossbows are revealed. Okay, so Sortof getting this crossbow info, this is going to feel pretty rough that he's switched into Samurai. I wonder if he'll just pivot differently and maybe go like Onobugeisha. It's tricky though because, yeah, he's doing it, but like the tricky part of it is your opponent still has 29 archers you haven't addressed. Right? Like, because this has been focused on raiding and not direct fighting, neither player has actually lost their archer mass yet. Which is where the Onobugeisha switch becomes a little bit risky for Sortof. Still, he kind of needs something to deal with that crossbow mass that he's assuming is going to build. Louis is just getting ready for the full farm transition. Like, food is going to drain pretty fast. There's not much to remain here. He already has eaten up most of one of the deer stacks. The second one is not of interest to him. He just wants olive oil because he needs that extra unit diversity. Golems are going to be sick if your opponent does go Bugeisha, by the way. Golems with double strike against Bugeisha, it's like, why do you even sign up for that fight? This fight right now, though, Sortof has got numbers. The Yuumi do deceive, though. Golem, Ranji moving in, and Sortof, what was the control group there? Had them switch, didn't notice that. The Yuumi standing their ground for a little bit too long. We have got the Triumph activated, but it's on Cataphracts. This is less impactful. Nice dive. I love this. He sticks him in the back, and now look at the Yuumi. They're no longer going for targets they might be more optimal at killing. They waste a lot of time on the cavalry unit. Louis MT now with a military lead. And his archers are better here, folks. This is going to end up range versus range. And Louis has got the numbers. Sortof is just basically blobbing out a few samurai here or there. But they are quickly dispatched by the few crossbowmen in this formation. Sortof has to run back home, tail in between legs. But back end, no, not worth it. I was about to say, did he actually get much out of this? He only got 2 worker kills while all that was going on. However, to his credit, we are still talking about 2 TC, actually 2.25 TC for Japanese. So he's inflating. And also the farm count. I think that that's the biggest thing I always struggle with these Byzantine builds. Hippodrome plays usually look to end the game by now. If they don't end the game, things get weird. And you can kind of see it with these olive groves coming in. Louis is struggling on food and playing catch-up quite a bit. It's also a case of when you go for the Eastern contract, I think it's a quantity of a quality type for Mang. Because 2 or 3 Keshiks at this stage aren't going to turn a battle unless you sneak them in the base. 3 or 4 Golems isn't really going to change much compared to just building Frangium, right? You need quite a few Golems, especially if your opponent's going to start moving into anti-armor solutions. I guess the good news is, at least in this matchup, that compared to, say, if you're against French or against any city that has standard crossbows, you'd hate life. But against Japan, because the Onimusha are more expensive, it can often be a little bit more difficult to get into them. At least for a main fight. Like, if you want to go Onimusha because you're raiding, it's great as an opener. But I have noticed a lot of Japanese players hate going Onimusha around mid-castle. Because around mid-castle, like, you're either thinking about the next stage or you're thinking about the all-in fight. Right? And either way, like, Imperial Onimusha is kind of eh. And Onimusha playing into a direct fight also feels a bit weird. Because you're paying more than standard crossbows. So, like, the logic is, why do I pay more? I pay more because I can move more. You don't really move in a direct fight. But triple rating Sortof does get another kill. I'm starting to think with the way that Louis is playing this, he may not even know it's 2TC. He has been a bit complacent, a bit too complacent for someone that's against 2TC. right? Like, he's got a few Kershaks, a few Cataphracts. Why haven't they been raiding? It kind of seems like he thinks he's got time to set up olive groves because he doesn't realize his opponent is inflating the worker lead like this. It's getting big fast. He really is getting big fast. How many farms is that now? 32. With Daimyo level 2, he's almost got the Shogunate. This is where the food income just gets out of control. I mean, it's already rocketed. Look at this. 2.5k food income. Part of that is inflated by the berries with the 20 workers, of course. But if he just rushes on the stone now, which is totally understandable, and he's doing, he'll be able to inflate the farms to basically take over on that number. Louis, what is he looking for as his win con? Is he trying to get lean Imperial? I don't know. Imperial is obviously inevitable, right? But like trying to rush into it off of Hippodrome doesn't feel great usually, because you're often not going to have the olive oil inflation you would with Grand Winery, which is a big problem because it means you can't get the siege weapons. What is this? Agent Ram here. I have nothing to report. Oh, potion as well. Louis, does he suspect a tech up? I mean, he's suspicious why it's been so idle for so long. Backstab attempt coming in from a small group of Mount Samurai. That should allow the rest of the army time to catch up if Louis engages with it. But nicely done. He pulls the melee away and then naturally just counters with the crossbows. However, multifaceted flank coming in here. Sort of. It's more Mount Samurai than before. Triumph has to be activated. He springs into action, spreads his melee line thin, but he's heavily outnumbered here. Louis MT with a dive pass. The Onibugashi move in as well. And the crossbows get baited away. Sort of great positioning in this fight. With a Yumi, he just needs to mop up these archers so he can counterattack into the crossbows. Bugeisha should then be able to carry into that crossbow line. What a sick engagement. Sort of. He didn't really even lose the Mount Samurai for that. He still has 20 in total. After all that bait and switch, right? You'd think he'd have to throw away more for that, but no. Louis MT's army now in shambles. Sort of has command of the ship. He has the helm. Now it's a case on whether he can go deep. 20 Mount Samurai should be capable of great amounts of damage here. The question is if he's going to find the workers quick enough. And please, please don't throw away this lead on a Mango Tower. Because this would be a depressing way to completely flip a game. Louis realizes he's taken the bait. He pulls him under. Guys, that's double Mango Tower. Sort of. Come on, man. The lessons. The grind to get back on form has taken him far, but apparently the age-old lesson of don't dive a Mango Tower is still one that needs to be learned. This fight, this should have been easy peasy for Sort of. Louis MT is going to defend. I mean, you have to run away now. It's mass cataphracts underneath double Mango Tower. You're not going to send Onimusha there. A devastating hit to Sort of's position. He still does have the eco lead, yes, but it's not as big as you think. Not when you equate the distance. This is rough, man. I think Louis MT, if that had been just a strike round the sides, especially these freshly positioned groves, his food income goes to 0, dead. Game over. 20 Mount Samurai is capable of that, by the way. It's sort of, I don't know if it's because he just felt like he could win directly. I don't know if it's just because he didn't really remember that the Mango Towers are that big of a deal, but whatever it was, I saw red on the front side of that base. That puts him in a pretty shaky position. He's still at least remassed nicely. But the overwhelming lead he once had, not quite there. And yeah, just to re-emphasize for people, if you think about it this way, like the 26% increased buff rate, if it's impacting everything in Louis' economy, that is equivocal to having about an extra, what, 22 villages or something like that. So they're actually very, very close on raw economy. Sortof does have the buff of the Shogunate, granted, where these farms are a lot more impactful, 60% more. But remember, it's not 60% difference, it's actually 40% difference. And it's only going to be impacting probably about 35 workers. Workers that might be in trouble now because the cataphracts have moved in. He needs to respect the Shogunate Castle. Shogunate Castle is very dangerous here. Remember, it's going to do almost 200 damage per strike against cav units, meaning it 2 hits catas. Instead, he actually just stands his ground here. It was a flank raid attempt. Sortof did get mirrored out, but he's got a second raid group coming in on the west side. Mango Tower emplacements are on the way, though, to grief him. And on top of that, this worker is making his life hard to break through. Yeah, we'll bail now just to get in the garrison, but that bought the time. So Mango emplacement comes in just as the breakthrough occurs. With the one cataphract, with a Triumph running also, I think Sortof might need to run away again. Yeah, more catas are coming. The dive underneath Sortof's base did not work in the end. But what's kind of crazy is look at the economy. Is Louis really doing this? Guy looks like he's trying to go Imperial Age when he's only 150 pop. That's a bit nuts. What makes him think he can get away with this? Maybe just the Mango Towers who think they'll be good enough to hold his opponent back? I mean, in fairness, he has the military lead is the crazy part. A little bit of reinvestment coming through. And he has got a horseman coming. So I wonder, is this now Exploratorus? It is. So the reason why he's gone the horseman is this is a great way of farming up additional gold while killing enemy workers faster. Workers that do now have textiles. But if you think about it this way, with the horseman, if you have Triumph, that's +4, which means you go up to 17 damage. Then with the worker, bonus damage is 19. So you do 19 damage per strike against 75 HP. That's a pretty good deal. That means you 4-hit kill textiled villagers. Presuming they don't have melee armor, which in this case they do. So I think it ends up being, 5 because he's got the 2 melee armor. But yeah, Louis legit doing this. Foreign Engineering Company is on the way. Sortof is target firing on the front side of the base. We have got pressure again to the north side. He's going to go wider, but love that reaction out of Louis. A man who loves his walls is just going to make more and more behind this to try and force him back towards the Mango Towers. Layer upon layer to the cake, my friends. Yeah, if I covered the names, everything else, and I told you to tell me which one's Louis, it would be pretty obvious, wouldn't it? Because Sortof has actually built 0 walls in this game. Not a single one. Tanagashima Gunsmith now coming through. The breakthrough coming in. Not going to be able to sustain that, though. And this is where this eco lead starts to kind of become a shrug. Like, if you're 100 eco, you know, I think you're okay. As long as you don't start losing workers to raids, you're fine. Sometimes having the bigger army is a much better value proposition. Gives you more deflect, right? That's been a big change in Age of Empires 4 in general. Like, gone are the days of 140, 150 pop. It's not to say some players don't still do it, but it's become more of a rarity. Quite often, we're seeing people cap out more around 110, 120 in a lot of cases. Respecting the value of having a bigger army. Because, you know, a bigger army means a bigger axe to swing. Would it make more sense to go Palatine School without Winery? It depends what he wants from it. So if he wanted to spam Keshiks do get things like the step tech, so they get the extra attack speed. But the other important thing here, like, and I think this is why you'll probably see people rarely ever choose Palatine School. Even though it's building cataphracts, and you could save a lot of money there, you can't get this. Royal Cannons are the kings of Siege. I rate them as like the best cannon you can get outside of like a Great Bombard. Even then, like Royal Cannons against Great Bombards, not bad actually sniping them out. So that's the thing he doesn't want to give up, understandably. So Mirrored Techs, what's the late game comp? It looks like Sortof wants to go for Mounted Samurai. Intriguing choice here. Because I think your opponent could actually mirror Cataphracts and be favored there. I feel like instead, I'd love to see him just kind of lean into Spears, Yumi, go for Samurai when necessary, and then look to pivot into mass hand cannoniers off of the Tanagashima Gunsmith. Remember, this gunsmith, it builds up tickets, supply points that allow you to just release a horde of hand cannon ashigarus. You get one every 30 seconds. So if you wait 10 minutes, that's going to be 20 tickets to work with. And reminder, they come out straight away. As soon as you press the button, they spawn. That's the power of the Tanegashima Gunsmith. Not just the ability to give you units for free, to give them to you straight away. Which means you can go into a fight, lose an entire army, and have an entire army once again. Rocket launch castle already in place. I like that Louis just trying to take advantage of the fact that Sortof is allergic to walls. Why hasn't Sortof actually walled? I think it's a little bit surprising at this stage, considering you've been up against Hippodrome play. You know, early on, you don't want to rush walls. It's not a good idea. But, you know, at this stage, it is very odd that we haven't seen a change. Sortof's not even getting in for free anymore. The only one who's actually raiding is Louis. I would be getting so tilted if I went down the flanks like this and just kept finding walls. Like, I've burned this piece of wall 3 times already. Cataphracts at least get denied. The horseman did go in for a few kills. We've got so many pings on the map, man. And Sortof, he's got the castle up. And in good time, the Limitane arriving. That's not going to stop the commitment. Louis MT brings in the reinforcements. He wants this castle dropped. And will get his wish here. This many Limitane, no doubt about it. The burn power will be good enough. As the torches come out. No Trapezites, mind you. He could have had a scout here to buff all their torch damage by 25%. Would definitely be worth it. But he didn't walk out here expecting to find this. On the other side of the map, though, the dive's coming in. There is a mango tower that you would preferably avoid. There are a group of troops coming to defend that. Yeah, so I like this from Sortof. He realizes, okay, I can't fight that. I've split my army. Might as well commit into the base. But between that, Mangonel eliminating some options, and now the horsemen starting to arrive. This raid should be limited in its impact. Meanwhile, Louis MT continues on. He's going to be going deeper. We do not have the hand cannons yet. No, he stopped piling tickets. We're up to 10. This is good, though. Remember, you don't want to use those tickets early. 5 tickets is pretty underwhelming. 40 tickets is game-changing. Good questions coming in. Did, like, Sortof lose his advantage? This is what we're talking about, right? It's like, you actually need more workers as well than Byzantines. This is another thing that makes them really impressive in the late game. With the system buffs, they don't need as many workers to compete with your economy. Now, we can see, like, there's one area in which Sortof just wins by how many extra workers it's food. But we're not really seeing them able to leverage that. And the other concerning factor is, as time goes on, actually, food isn't, like, your biggest concern. It's gold. Can you point to me where Sortof's 8k gold is? I don't want to fat shame him, but he already ate it. It's gone. You heard that correctly. He's already gone through that much gold. In fairness, both of them have, right? But, I don't know, man. It feels like there was a lot more Cataphract spam than Mount Samurai spam. Maybe it's just deceptive the way it's played out. But the other thing is also, how do you get gold now? Because there's a very easy and obvious way that Louis gets gold. Your workers, right? So the extra workers you're keeping to compete with the economy are now a liability. Because they give Louis economy. Don't need much gold, but beers just oil up. Well, the challenge without Grand Winery is oiling up, though. Like, it's not as quick. So it's kind of a trade-off. That's why you normally see people kind of still lean into, like, standard unit usage rather than mercenaries when they play Hippodrome. Stone walls are going to fail here. Louis and these goddamn walls. I feel like he's drawing shapes to communicate with us. What do they say? They spell wall. Is Louis getting a bit too raidy? Not really. I think he's keeping the army where it needs to be. It's just the problem is this north side is becoming a liability. The good news is the gold's almost gone, though. He just tapped the last of it, so he doesn't necessarily need to be here anymore. I do wonder if Louis is going to consider trade, though. For now, his gold is fine, but trade would also give you the olive oil. I actually think when you play Hippodrome, trade makes a lot more sense than Grand Winery. Because those traders will give you olive oil, right? Whereas, you know, if you're building traders and you have Grand Winery, the buff rate that you get from the olive groves on wineries is kind of better. Sort of. We'll be shut out this raid, and honestly, didn't do enough. He's lost just as much, guys. Yeah, there's only a 20 villager difference at this stage. Then again, I mean, if these guys go unnoticed, which they might because there's a fight currently going on. Sort of. He's still not been seen. This is happening. This is actually happening right now. These two cav units could clutch up. Because this fight is not going to be quick. No, as quick as the ladies may swing with those glaives, the Unabageisha. Don't necessarily die quick. Don't necessarily get the kills quickly, especially against the elite Kulam. This is a mosh pit and a half. Meanwhile, look at what's happened on the farms. Finally, Louis realizes after losing an additional 18 villages, I believe that was. Unbelievable out of those two cav units. Louis, however, has won the main engagement. Sort of doesn't really have huge reserves to show to thrust him as victor from that exchange. And the gunsmith, he started producing. Yeah, he has been using tickets. He's only at 10 still. And we checked this a while ago. So what did he buy? Was it the Robotiquin? I don't know why you wouldn't just... Oh, I guess like with that type of gold, you have to use the tickets. Robotiquin is pretty smart, though. This is another big negative of playing Eastern Contract. You know, if you play Western, you know, you're going to play someone like Limitan anyway. You can have Lombos to assist. If you play if you play Silk Road, rather, you can have the Javelins. But with Eastern, you just have melee units. So Robotiquin is like the ultimate answer to that. He's going to find out the hard way. Riboldi able to scare him away. Nicely played there by Sortof. Looks like Louis is going to have to get creative here. A direct fight doesn't seem desirable once you see those gunpowders come out. And with Cataphracts, Horseman, he should be good for raiding Keshiks as well. Louis still just raiding this leftover gold. Sort of just can't get a moment of peace. A miracle that he actually found the gold necessary to get incendiary arrows. Has he actually... Yeah, he's got elite army tactics. What's interesting is actually that we don't have incendiary at all coming out from Louis. I kind of feel like he needs some efficiency around his range units. Oh, wait. No, guys, I forgot. He does have... How could I? See, this is why. This is exactly why you do foreign engineering company. He does have the answer to the Robotiquins. That's a real cannon. I'd forgotten it existed, to be honest with you. And I think maybe sort of did too. Still, he's got 3 bombards, which means he should be able to defend it now. But that was a little bit of a depressing existence. The Robotic was like, yes, this is golden strat, and then just get shot. So I guess, like, you can actually ignore upgrading the archers in incendiary. What else does he need? He's already got elite army tactics. I believe we did see bio, right? Yeah, biology is in. So he has the primary concerns covered. Which means there's not really much need for gold unless he wants to switch into Cataphracts. Keshik's a great intercept, by the way. They find the Yumi. Wait, is Sortof got separate rally points for his different unit types? Because there's only things here that would get counted by cavalry. His spearmen are completely missing. Painful one there. Now a potential sandwich moment. Louis is posturing. Almost inviting, encouraging Sortof to walk up. Villagers will get sacrificed on this stone just to gather it. Like, this is so toxic. Guys, why do you think you need stone at this stage? Is it to drop a castle? No. Is it to build more walls? Is it to build more mango emplacements? Yes. It's always more mango emplacements. It's the best thing you can do. Castles are overrated. Like, it's such a comical matchup for castles if you think about it. On one side, you have to wait until Imperial to build them. On the other side, why would I build a castle when I can just build an outpost that could do as much damage as a castle? And actually, like, to be honest with you, not be that much less tanky. Also, be more sustainable, because remember, a castle requires stone to repair. Outpost just requires wood. Now, this castle, mini castle rather, is going to go down. As instead, it looks like Louis MT decided to go in deeper. Yeah, taking the Varangian over towards where that castle is located. Got another mango emplacement coming in over here. The Begacia, they should do well against the Limitane, but it just doesn't really feel like they're killing quick enough here. No, not with mango emplacements now in effect. I swear, I'm saying mango emplacements way too often, but welcome to Byzantine games, you have to. How many towers has he got? 7 towers. I reckon 6 of those have mangoes in them. Damn, what has happened to Sortov's composition? It's like a sprinkling of everything, but Louis keeping it simple, right? Just keep it simple, stupid. Just horseman, Varangian. So realistically, what Sortov needs is a mixture of spearman, samurai. That would count quite nicely. You could also think about, like, hand cannoneer spearman. But I don't think he has the tickets for that. No, he's down to 7, and he's actually building into Republicans in Izutsu. I guess he wants these Izutsu maybe as an answer to the Mango Towers. But that does put you in the range of them. So, definitely a curious choice. I don't know, I haven't been keeping full track constantly of what he's doing. Yeah, it's just bombards, right? He's just using it to spawn bombards. The problem with this strategy, folks, is I don't think Sortov is there yet in terms of holding a position. So the bombard idea is kind of flawed because your opponent has horsemen constantly. Not just any horseman, the fastest horseman in the game, remember. When you activate that triumph ability, they get 10% more movement speed. They go over 2 per second when the tile's covered. Yeah, just very hard to react to that, even with Nagayari spears, which I believe we do indeed have. That is a beauty to see. Kind of a rarity, but Numeri is on the way, guys. Remember, this is what makes Cataphrax a more robust support unit. You trample over the enemy, and they all get a vulnerable tag that makes them take more damage. 15% for 12 seconds may not sound like a lot to some people, but at fights at this stage in the game, that is a lot. 12 seconds is more than enough to get maximum value because most units will be dead in less than 10 with how big these fights are. Nice to know. Louis knows that his opponent's gold-starved. In fact, Sortov has given it a thought. Maybe it's trade time. Difficult to do, though. It's just another thing that would be feeding your opponent. You'd be spending gold and wood, and then your opponent could kill them with horsemen and get paid gold. He's going back for this outpost again. Alright, guys. 1s if you think Sortov's going to win this. 2s if you think Louis is. To be fair, Louis is being very reserved and respectful of, like, Sortov's main army. He understands the issue of taking it head-on. I say is he's going to try and take it head-on? No, yeah, he's like, wait a second. Wait a second. Royal Cannon's going to peek around. Robotiquin is going to stand its ground. Target fires down the bombards instead. Nicely micro there. Louis MT chasing even deeper now than Estabes. Still has not fired a single shot for reasons I cannot discern. Apparently, it is morally objecting to the war. This Nestabes that could have actually wiped the Yumi by now hasn't done anything the entire fight. Yeah, and that does mean that Sortov's going to be favored. Look at the numbers now. Able to contain the beast from the east. He's got more troops coming in. Gold reserves have been completely depleted as expected constantly. But he's holding food reserves, which is something that Louis MT is struggling with. Sortov has the helm again. He just needs to push. We've been here before, and we've seen it slow down due to mango emplacements. Could we see that again? Hope not. It'd be a gruesome way to lose. Twice over. He's starting to break in now. Royal cannons are looking to be sniped here. Repair crew, non-existent. So both cannons go down. The siege has now been removed. Mango emplacement is on the way. But he should have the burn through to get rid of this before it does any real damage. Yeah, he's even got the incendiary shots coming in. Yeah, that is just the range fire of archers, guys. So no mango emplacement to threaten you. Berserk's going to be activated here. Sort of standing his ground, which is a little bit surprising. Maybe not. I don't know. Like, if you have Owner Bagatia, maybe. But most of this is not Owner Bagatia. Still, Louis realized the mistake. The error of his ways. He will hide behind the walls. And trade? He actually did go for it. So trade count is at 25. He was looking for the Varangian Cataphract Flood. Which is kind of sick, actually. You're against the Civ that usually wants to be in a melee mosh pit, like, you know, Samurai, etc. It's fair to say that Byzantines, Japanese rather, looks best when they're able to just be melee mosh pit. And you're kind of giving them that opportunity. But the realization, I think, here from Louis is that Sortof just doesn't have the cash flow to really, truly commit to that driver. Wait, did he optimize it? He did. Oh, that's sick. Guys, look what Louis done. That's really smart. So he's basically walled in such a way that they walk all the way up behind the walls and then come out. It's a little bit flawed on the return. But I think that's because he hasn't got this wall up. Once this wall is up, the traders will stay out of this forward side of the base. Does need to deal with the Yumi over here. It's cost him dearly. But look at what's happened in the center. The heavily armored battalion rolls over Sortof. I mean, still, the Yumi are doing work on the flanks here. Trade count has been reduced by about 7 or 8 so far. But that should be cleaned up. And then my concern steers towards this. What is the answer to this Varangian count? It's meant to be the Robotiquins. But the cannons will make that feel impossible. Yeah, the Royal cannons that I think are being held in reserve currently. They're on the way. First wave of Cataphract is going to get bailed on by their own worker repairing the walls. And the Horsemen, well, they are going to move to the north side, but there's spearman spam now coming there from Sortof. Varangian also convening in the area. Looks like he spotted the proxy base. Damn, cool idea by Sortof. He was using this to just try and raid in and stop the trade. But Torchburn is going to be good enough to take this all down. The pop block means that Sortof can't even bring out defenders here to try and slow us down to buy time to react. And he's in panic mode. Now rushing up the walls to try and stop this threat from getting deeper. Yeah, if he can get the walls up in time, then his opponent has to wrap back around on the long path to get to the main fight in the center. The problem is these walls should never really be going up in time. Bar a miracle. And I'm fresh out of miracles. That last guy took them all from me. He somehow walked on water. He somehow got my water turned to wine. And he even somehow went into a grave and came out alive. I don't get it. None left for Sortof. So the wall will be stopped. Workers to be killed. Triumph is also being activated quite regularly if you want to at this stage. Like, you're killing so many units, guys. This is where Triumph looks goated. If you play around Horseman Kata, Triumph should almost always be up, because at this point in the game, you get into a big fight, in 30 seconds, 50 units are going to die. And, oh wait, the Robotiquin? I thought that the Robotiquins counter melee units. Not Angry Vikings, apparently. That was just an immediate clear. And here we go. Look at this. Payday, baby. 30 goals rushed across into this. Up to 12 traders already. And not for long. This game is so messy. I just love the fact that it becomes a mirrored play on the opposite side of the map. So it's almost a race to see who can be better at killing economy. Who can be better at flank raiding. Who can be better at breaching walls. Varangian. They are going to keep holding firm in the center. Like, this is all just delay strategy. Stopping Sortof from getting in is the idea. We actually... that is a true rarity. We have hand cannoneer switch from Byzantines. It makes sense for all the gold, but guys, think about it. When was the last time you saw a Byzantine player build 20 hand cannons? We sometimes see them build 3 or 4 and then immediately lose the game. But this might be the rarest unit to witness a Byzantine player with in the late game. Because normally you have options through mercenaries instead. All right, like if you go Western, you just build the Streltsy if you really, really want to go for this. But usually Lombo feels better. Hand cannoneer? Oh, he doesn't get the final hit. All that effort, Roboticon staying alive. More hand cannoneers are coming though, so doubt he'll be able to hang around with it for long. Good micro. Lumt gets rid of the biggest threat. Raid trade. Done. 32 traders versus Sortof's 18. It's all locked in now, and the problem at this stage is like hand cannoneer Ashigaru would win the fight here. But Sortof doesn't have the gold for that yet. He doesn't have the tickets. He keeps focusing on siege instead. And the walls, man. I love that Louis he levels up his walls every time we see him. There's always something extra. He realized these fights have been happening right next to the wall time and time again, so he looks to leverage it to stand on it. And funnily enough, he's starting to break past it. I mean, with the hand cannoneers now in, you've kind of got to lean towards Louis a little here. Sortof's quality of units has been bad for some time. Spearman, Yumi, Piponis, for some reason some Rams. I think he might just be dead. Like, this is ridiculous. Just look how quickly he went from mirrored count to nothing. Oh my god, he queues up 30 samurai as well into hand cannoneers. Hand cannoneers that also, by the way, do have the serpentine powder. They'll be looking to make those sweet serpentine moves work. We'll just have to remember that does by default end up giving you bonus against melee. So, like, this is just getting a bit grim. The only upside is you can at least deflect the first shot, but, you know, you can be the best samurai in the world. You can be good at deflecting an arrow, but when I shoot 15 bullets into you, I'm pretty sure most of them are going to get through. Everyone wants to be Yukimura Sanada, but most of us are just a pitiful little Yumi. Speaking of those pitiful Yumis, a lot of them coming out. They can be a good counter to hand cannoneers. Problem is your wipe speed. Trade? Oh, God. I mean, I guess it's stopping the samurai from getting killed. But that doesn't mean it's necessarily a good thing. Sortof's only got 10 traders. He can't really afford any losses at this stage. And he's going to lose a lot more of them. Look at this. They're gone. He has only got 5 traders now. Yeah, any dreams of going hand cannoneers himself feel like they're dying. And reminder, this isn't even the whole army. A lot of the army is reacting north side right now to this little flank raid coming through. Some of it is stripped off. We even have tower elephants coming out. Looks like a fight that maybe he'll finally win, but it's only because Louis hasn't been redirecting troops here. He's been addressing the flank attack again. Yeah, was there like 1 Rax? No, it's just a ram breakthrough. So he'll re-wall and then recommit all of his army to the front side. That's rare. Greek fire projectiles on the way. I remember that's the one that gives a little bit of Greek fire on the ground from trebuchet shots. I'm not sure why he's getting it. Like, is there really a necessity for trebuchets here? Because you have royal cannons, right? Like, it might be that he just wants to go tower elephants with all the oil, so he just doesn't want to go royal cannons anymore. Norseman did go fishing, not able to find anything. Trade count for Sortov is back up to 12. Louis at 34. Seriously, guys, look at the olive oil. This is what I mean. Olive groves are overrated when you play Hippodrome. And, oh my god, he is going to use the Greek fire. It's Wee Wee Pals. That's sick. I totally forgot about that because we never see it used. But yes, the Wee Wee Pals get the Greek fire last time I checked. I mean, it's been a while. I assume it was never a bug. That's so freaking cool. Horseman. This is the other thing. The tower elephant's really smart because your opponent is stuck on mass Yumi. Yumi that do no damage against these. Like, look, it's 14 armor and you've got 12 damage. Even with the Yumi Bannerman, you maybe hit like 1.5 maximum per shot to a 900 HP target. What a disaster. I can't believe this, man. I feel like sort of the big thing that he might struggle to shake off from this one is like in the early game. I say early game, more like 22 minutes in, wasn't it? When he took that big win in mid and then dove the double mango tower, I think that's where this truly began to unravel and went back to 50-50. Before that, I probably would have favored Sortof's position like 75-25. Just crazy to think the difference it would have made if he steered to the left instead of down the center. When he finally thought about steering left and right, it came too late. Louis MT had what he needed. I think he's moments away from taking full control at this stage. The horsemen are breaking through onto the trader location again. Sort of 17 traders will start to evaporate quite quickly. Hand cannon near count. Gonna go up to 20 again soon for Louis. And, okay, he gave up on the Hui Hui power. We just have Kira siphons coming through. What a game. Cool to see the way this played out, though. I think there was a big twist coming, man. We've been seeing a lot of Hippodrome recently, but what we haven't been seeing is the Hippodrome reach the late game. And you can see how different it feels compared to standard Byzantines. So this focus on gold instead of just the olive oil generation is a different direction. Hand cannoning and basically, what, Rangian? At the core of it all. Gulams as well. I mean, he's queued up 8 Gulam bolts. Why Gulam over Rangian? They're a lot more tanky, folks. Yeah, and on top of that, the double strike, more value when your opponent has no armor, which we can see is the case. Have we got one big Ura? We have not. It's unfortunate. Sort of. I was hoping we were going to click on that building and see him have some reserves, but 5 tickets is not going to be enough to punch your ticket to a win. Louis MT pulls it out in the late game. Let me know what you think of this, guys. Definitely feels like a new arc of Byzantines coming through. Have you been seeing a hand cannoneers a lot in the past? Because I feel like it has probably been the least built unit for the Byzantines in the history of their existence. Damn, what do we call that one? I'm actually not sure what we call that one. Maybe something to do with Sortof being ready. Sortof looks ready to beat the big boys. Feels bad, sort of. A good effort, though. Can't fault him for that. Alright, so... I was on the first game of the day, blimey. By the way, holy crap, like, I don't know, man. So we've been, we multi-stream, right? So we multi-stream. Obviously, you guys know we stream to YouTube. We've been streaming to Kick as well, which is a bit more complicated. We basically have to create a separate encode because they can't take 1440p feeds. Which is whatever, right? I understand it. The thing that is crazy is not that. The thing that is crazy is, like, I haven't grown that platform yet. It's going to take time. But the amount of bots that come in. Hey, love your stream. I want to be friends. Add me on Discord. Hey, I had a look at your channel. It's impressive. But, you know, I can help you gain 25 real subscribers within just 3 days, bringing you much closer to earning $1,000. Or, like, tired of stream to 0? Check out this website. I don't know, man. I see the potential for Kick and the value. Like, there's definitely something there. But, like, there needs to be... There really, really needs to be some more bot policing. Because, like, the funny thing is, I was saying about this the other day, like, you know, if I'm live, my standard length, and only one viewer is watching on Kick, it'll still generate, like, maybe $2 per viewer across a few hours. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but, like, based on ad revenue, that's just ad revenue, right? It does beat what Twitch gives you. Like, I've actually had several of our creators on the agency side, they're currently exclusively streaming on Kick, because they get a 95-5 split on sub revenue. Yep, you heard that correct. And the other thing is they also get paid a premium for, like, some get paid to stream, like they get their own exclusive contracts and whatever. It's like so what I'm earning now per viewer, right? Like it would be double that if I wasn't multi-streaming. So yeah, kind of crazy. But anyway, give me a sec. I think next up, let's have a look at... Is there any interesting live games? What is Kick? Kick is a different streaming platform. I don't know who this guy Mirez up against is. Let's see if Crackety's got an interesting game. We have got a MSN versus Kilyagdi game. $95 what? What? Oh, 95. Yeah, the revenue. Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense, right? If it's... Like, it doesn't need to be 95. It could be, like, 85, right? Like, it should naturally be 85-15 for Twitch, in my opinion. Like, if Twitch is mainly making their money off of people getting sub to, that's just a... Like, that's a fundamentally flawed system the way you designed it. Right? Because, like, the bigger problem... Have you guys seen all the drama at the moment on Twitch about bots? You probably have at least one streamer you follow that is botting. And you don't even know it. Because, like, the thing is, like, the CEO went on this podcast and made a very weird statement that, like, most of the people that stream aren't the top streamers, they're all the small streamers. I'm like, that's absolute BS. There are people who have thousands of, like, average viewers that bought for 1,000 of those viewers at least. The reason they do it is if you build your... Like, you can build a legit community off of the back of, like, a bot baseline, right? Is that if you have 1,000 viewers... But then that gives you access in a directory to attract 1,000 organic. I'm not saying these people aren't like good streamers. They could be, and they probably are if they're building like real viewers off of that. But it begins with botting, or along the way, botting becomes the inflation point. So it's a really big problem, and there's actually like a very big movement right now by a few platforms to try and pressure Twitch into finally truly doing something about it, because the problem is. The ad revenue gen has been going down for creators on Twitch for the last 2 or 3 years. And that's also why they won't give us just naturally a huge take of sub revenue, right? It's because they're losing revenue on sponsorships from ad revenue. The reason, multiple things. The controversy crap, like the focus on the fact that Twitch is less of a gaming platform now and more of a just chatting and political platform is a big problem. The other big part you have to realize is that these streamers, they'll plump up their numbers with bot integrations or embeds or whatever, and then Twitch will sell these brands on these numbers, and they'll come in and they actually aren't getting the value they've been promised, right? They've sponsored with the offer being that they'll get exposure to, let's say, 100k people. If 30k of those people, 40k of those people are bots, they've paid over premium for worthless crap, right? And this is such a flawed element of like streaming that it breaks my heart, because there's even like whole agency networks that set this stuff up for the creators. This is like the dark side of the business that I've become exposed to, right? And it's like. The goal of that is that they then can go sell integrations to sponsors for their streamers, right? Great, they're doing the job. The problem is they're then burning the brand relationships, because like they'll prop up 150k activation for the year across multiple creators, and then let's say it's an ROI type investment, and those guys only drive 20, 30k in sales. They go, what the hell happened? It's like, we don't know what happened. It's like, well, half the viewership wasn't real. That's what happened, right? This is an ongoing issue in streaming, and I've seen it with multiple brands that come to us now. So like so I run an agency, right? I'm co-founder of agency called Epic Talent, and we have a bunch of wonderful creators on our roster, and we really, really focus on bringing in legitimate creators, right? Very rarely will something slip through that's like, it's, you know, there's embeds or whatever. Like, we always like look for the people that we believe are great investments of our time. Like, those ones we really push for, right? And a lot of the push is on Twitch streamers, not YouTubers. And it's kind of become a weak point for us in that, like, we still do well at what we do, but we could probably do better if we had focused on YouTubers. Because a lot of brands now, because of, like, the embeds and the bots and all this crap, they look and they go, well, that guy's not legit, that guy's not legit, that guy's not legit. Why would we pay you when we could go to YouTube where it's much harder, let's say impossible, much harder to fake those views, right? So, like, for a lot of them, they feel like they have a better conversion point on YouTube. And it does also make sense because, like, if someone's embedding, etc. on Twitch, right, and you embed across multiple hours, that percentile scale of, like, viewership for those hours isn't real, and you only occasionally talk about the brand versus a YouTube video where 90% of the plus of the views are real, and within that YouTube video, you know at a certain point, people are going to come across your brand. Now, they might skip past it, they might click deep in the video, but they'll at least be exposed to it initially on a focus point introduction to the brand. Of course, it's going to be better value, right? And this isn't me, like, trying to sell myself out of a job and a gig. Because the thing is that what I'd say to brands is, like, when you find good Twitch streamers that know how to integrate, they are invaluable. They are true gems because the interactivity of the platform, the on-the-fly organic nature, I think can sometimes be more believable. Don't get me wrong, a well-curated CTA done very well is incredibly valuable. 60 to 90 seconds of optimized content that engages is great. But what's just as impressive is when someone's able to talk to you deeply about a brand for 3 or 4 minutes on a stream, give you examples, give you interactions, and you can ask them questions, they can give you further answers, etc. I've had this. Someone came in asking about a PC, and we sat here, and I went, well, this is what I'm using, this is what I've got, what's your budget, how does it work, and boom, 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 boom. Guy, by the end of the stream, is like, by the way, KP, I've ordered a PC on PC Specialists. Boom, right? You couldn't do that on a YouTube video. A YouTube video, they'd see that and be like, they type in the comments, and they might get a response, right? But then it would have to be a back and forth that takes ages, and a streamer of YouTube, whatever, only has so much time. So there's definitely value in live streaming. But there is a lot of bad agents in the space right now that is creating a negative cyclone that is, like, reverse polarized, pushing away brands from doing any of this. There's a great guy for this, like Devin Nash, who just left his agency, and he's probably going to be talking about it, like, next week on a podcast. He highlighted, like, I think he put it best. He's like, right now, live streaming is heading for the same problem that esports encountered 3 or 4 years ago, which is all these brands that activated, that integrated in these spaces, just didn't see their value prop, and they wondered why they done it. Like, why did we spend 300k on Cloud9 to get ROIs of, like, 0.1, if that, right? And those are the questions they're now looking for answers on. And the problem is, even if I can give good answers to our creators, which, like, is on us, we need to make sure case studies, we got, like, examples. Like, I just had one of my creators activate. He done a great job with the Opera GX thing that we done. He activated almost 600 people in 1 month, which is phenomenal, right? New people. But, like, you have to build those case studies over time. And even if you build a good case study, because these brands have been burned, the expectation level needs to be here instead of it would have been here. Like, this was tolerable before, but now to make them feel better about, like, coming back into the danger space, you need to be offering them winning the lottery, which is just not realistic, right? So that's a little bit of insight into what's happening right now with Twitch. I might actually, I don't know how long this is. Maybe I'll, like, do something, like, a little bit more detailed. Maybe we'll upload this onto YouTube as its own video. I'll have to clip it and mark it, and we'll see how it goes. But, like, it's a struggle, man. Like, I talk to brands all the time, and I talk meaningful integrations. Like, maybe this will be long enough. Gotta get 15 minutes on YouTube ads. No, so, like, I talk with a few brands. I have my own tournaments. Those that are new to my content, I run my own tournaments. I do my own casting. I create my own content. I represent influencers. I do about 4 to 5 different jobs that have clear titles before then adding in the social media management, all the other crap you have to do alongside some of those jobs. But one thing, like, I was talking with one brand, he was like, I don't know if we're going to be able to do this. And I sent him the numbers. And he went, oh, oh, those are realistic numbers. I was like, uh-oh, did I sell myself short? He's like, no, you didn't sell yourself short. You didn't give me esports numbers, right? Like overinflated numbers. Esports does this a lot. And so I think a lot of agencies actually do this as well, where it's like, it's crazy because like we try to not take the mick when we do deals with brands, but some people will get these big budgets to do deals with brands in which they'll like send nothing to the creators. Like I mentioned Devin Nash. I remember he had a piece on one of his websites the agency was with before where they had an example of an activation that they'd done in a previous company where the company had been given a $100,000 budget by the brand. They went and hired one creator to do integrations and paid that creator $10K. And then the brand was happy with the outcome of the campaign. But that wasn't enough. The agency still took their 20% from the 10 grand they gave the content creator, right? And that was the example we gave. And like, the crazy thing is like thinking back when I read it, I wasn't even that shocked. So like these are the type of like challenges we have because, you know, definitely on esports events, to bring it back there for a second, you know, I've seen quotations of like 100K, 200K sponsor slots, right? And like, what's their justifiable tracker there, right? How do they justify that investment? The weird thing, by the way, is a lot of, and this is where it hurts my brain. We live in a world where actually when the number is bigger, it can actually just get across as easily as when it's smaller. Do you guys realize that? So the best way that I've heard it said, I was talking with a fellow influencer manager, and what he said, like, was the light bulb in my head. I've been doing it and not realizing it, is that it takes, you know, it's like, you know, working with small influencers versus working with big influencers, right? It's like small influencers can be just as much to handle, but obviously you get less money. I work with the small influencers I work with because I love their content in a lot of ways. I believe in them and their journey, right? But the best way to kind of relate that, it reminded me of a scene on Shark Tank in which the guy said it takes just as much work to do like $100,000 sale deal than it takes to do $1 million sales deal. And he's right? Like it takes the same. So this is why in a lot of cases, you know, there's like, for example, I think I heard one for a chair brand that went and sponsored an esports league, and they just dumped their entire marketing budget into that sponsorship. It was like $3 million for that sponsorship for the year. Their conversion is not going to be that great. They could have got much better conversion by coming to me and coming to other agencies and doing a mixture of esports tournaments with rep and also doing like content creators, right? The ROI would have been substantially higher, but the oversight would have been substantially higher. And they can't be asked for that because they've probably got like 2 or 3 guys that only have so many hours and they don't want to manage those integrations. Like another reason why big is better is like I can offer these tournaments at lower rates, but a lot of brands, they usually want to have a representative on site. And if they have a representative on site, they have to send them out. So now my pricing may have seemed really good that I priced in at like, you know, say 15K compared to this event at 50K, but they're still going to have to get someone out either way, which inflates the budget. And they're also going to have to do contracting either way. So like this is why, weirdly enough, people get away with these overly exuberant prices. I'm hoping there's just a medium ground in the next year or two where everyone stops losing their sanity. It's probably not going to be the case. But I think step one, like driving it back to what we've just been talking about, Twitch needs to fix the botting situation. It's bad, man. It needs to go. Like, even embedding, and by the way, like, this is someone that's been great with AoE4. I always say with Age of Empires 4, no one embeds. It's not true. Technically, actually, there are embeds. There's AoE4 world that embeds. I still don't like that always embeds the person who's the biggest content creator, because that basically just becomes like a beastie demo funnel. And I'm not saying that just to benefit me. I legit would love to see someone who has 2 viewers get the embed spot for a few people loading that page. They double their viewership for an hour. How great that would feel for them, right? But like lots of tournaments have done this for many years. It's like when you, because if you're not activating regularly in an environment and you go live, what's your viewership initially? You need the embeds to put you ahead in the directory so you can actually then get the real viewers. So there is like embedding, it is in some ways a necessary evil, the way that Twitch has designed itself and the way it's a kingmaker. But what isn't as acceptable at all is just straight up view botting. Because embedding, you can at least make an argument, like AoE4 World can make the clear argument, these are meaningful viewers. Because they are people who watch Age of Empires 4 or rather, say they want Age of Empires 4 content, right? Because they're going to AoE 4 World for things there. So showing them AoE 4 content isn't a disingenuous thing, right? It's not like, for example, if you were, what's the best example? It's not like, for example, if you were a women's league. God, this is gonna be such a bad example. Let's say you're a women's league and you accept like sponsorship for jock straps for men, and you promise them big returns, and they're like, oh, how did this not work out? Right? It's not like that. It's not like, for example, with AoE 4 Worlds, they're showing streamers that are streaming Call of Duty. Then that's a disingenuous embed. So embeds can actually be justified. But what cannot really is viewbots. Viewbots is where people just spin up an AWS server, they create loads of virtual machines, and they have those virtual machines logged in. Do you guys know until a few weeks ago, it was possible to actually double count as viewers by having like multiple tabs open? There was ways you could do that. If you guys, by the way, if you want to make me a very big streamer, do you want to know what you guys can all do and it actually works? If you Control-Shift-N and create an incognito tab and open that as well, while having your main account one that you just normally watch, you count as 2 viewers. That still works. That's still a thing. I don't think actually Twitch has an easy way around that one. But like these, you know, that's viewbot on a small scale, whatever. It's like, that's what a small streamer will do, that will open up its own stream. But like the egregious thing is people that have virtual machines running hundreds of instances watching a stream. That is the wild crap. It's kind of hilarious. I think Fextra Life and that whole embedding, because like he was the big controversy of embedding, right? I think Fextra Life stopped streaming, if I remember correctly. Or I think maybe he still does, but like, has it been fixed now? No, he stopped streaming. So like, he hasn't streamed in like over a year. So that got fixed. Golf clappers, right? So that one got fixed. But viewbotting, that is a more egregious issue than embedding, still exists on a wide spectrum on Twitch. And until it gets fixed, we as content creators will suffer because brands won't take us seriously. We as content creators will suffer because Twitch won't be able to drive revenue to us, because Twitch themselves will suffer because they won't be able to secure good sponsorship deals. And we will also continue to suffer because Twitch, because they can't do any of those things, will want to take more money from us creators and get more money out of you guys that won't go to creators. So it is a system that is being dragged down at its core by viewbotting, because people have to do it, because also the way the system has been designed on Twitch is that if you want to be a king, you need to look like a king. Viewbotting is basically that. It's live streaming's version of fake it until you make it. And sadly, over the years, I'm not going to say it's always been proven true, but it has been proven useful. I think what you'll see for a lot of people that like eventually make it is they'll cut their teeth doing it the legit way for a while until they become robust and good as an on-camera talent, to the point where like they deserve viewership, but they can't get it. And then that's when these people convince themselves they now need to bot. Because once you bot, if you were good enough, the botting will still be part of your threshold. But while it starts off at 90%, it gets down to 40% or 30% or 20% of your viewership. And that's how you justify it, because then the other thing is when you go online, it just makes sure you've immediately, with new content, whether it's drops on a new game or a new game released, you've immediately got loads of people seeing the directory to get the real viewers. That's the flawed system. I almost wish that Twitch actually siphoned more data off of viewers so that it could create a directory system where it made recommendations based on AI profiling of what you guys like. Essentially what YouTube has, by the way. YouTube has this recommended tabs, your watching behavior. They gather all this data. Can't believe I'm actually saying I want a big company to get more data on us. But at least then, viewbotting would have less of an excuse to be the go-to solution. That's my take. I think this is actually was definitely long enough now to be a video, so I'll talk to my editor about getting this uploaded. Let me know if you want more content like this. Might look to actually set up a different channel where we talk about these things. I get a lot of different areas that I have experience talking about these things, you know, from my life as a caster and host in esports to helping find sponsorships for esports tournaments, managing influence as well, being a content creator myself. It just feels like every week there's a new hatch opened and a new shining golden nugget of poop to discover behind the scenes, which is a little bit sad. But I really hope this viewbotting one is one that can get fixed, because it should have been fixed years ago. And I feel like we've had discussions about it in the past, But this might be the most aggressive one. I think it's why I want to put a video on as well, just to kind of essentially throw fuel on the fire, to get something to change. Because I love esports, I love Twitch streaming, I love live streaming. If I want these things to survive and grow, this needs to be fixed. Because the first people to suffer are going to be the smaller streamers and whatever like me, not the big ones. They'll happen last, but they'll eventually happen. It'll just take a lot longer to realize. And they probably would have cashed out for millions by then, but the damage will be done for the legacy afterwards. The damage will be done for the generation afterwards, right? We don't want Twitch to turn to a MySpace because, like, okay, it's a bad example, like MySpace for different reasons, but because there's no money in it. So, yeah, if you like this, share it around. Let me know your comments down below. Share your stories. Like, if you guys actually got stories that you've heard behind the scenes, real stories, I don't need to hear the tinfoil hat ones, but like, if you've experienced this, share it in the chat, man, because I think there's a lot of people that are ready to talk about this, and it needs to, if we ever want to improve this ecosystem that we love so much. All right. Sorry, that turned into a lot longer of a rant, but I think it was like important, really important to get that off. I mean, dude, like all this silly drama like we've got right now in the AOE4 directory, this is like that. What we just described is 20 times, 50 times, 100 times more important than that. I'm sorry, like I know remake thing is important for like AOE4, but like this discussion we just had is like legit. I wish everyone in our directory was talking about this instead. That's my take. Because it is that much more important. All right, let me catch them on chat and then we'll get ready for another game. Add a capture to watch a streamer? No. People are fickle. People, you need to have, if you put any barrier in their way, they'll stop watching. Pre-roll ads is already, pre-roll ads is proof of this, Fat Blab. There's a reason I run mid-roll ads. The reason I run mid-roll ads is pre-roll ads will drive away new viewers immediately. You won't, okay, one's in chat, yes, two's no. If you would be willing to watch 30 seconds at the start of a stream, on a stream, you don't even know what the content's going to be. What do you say? Was one's yes, two's no. There's going to be loads of twos. Not me. I'm saying like something else. Like you don't know what you saw a title, right? You saw a title, you saw a thumbnail. You're like, okay. And you clicked on it. But then you got ads for 20 seconds. You're not going to do it. You run out of that room, right? So that's why we all run mid-rolls. I don't want to. I have to. If I don't, I'm definitely not seeing any growth as a content creator. I've had people talk about, why don't you just have it? Because like we'll watch through it. You will. And I love you guys. And like, I'm not saying you're less important than the next person comes in, but we need those extra people to grow to a point where I even like I'm able to make a living, right? Otherwise, we're screwed. Like I can, in terms of what I generate on like ad rev, I'm looking at it now. So, yeah, my total estimation, maybe ad revenue is making up like maybe a third. But we have to we do a lot, like that's on 70 hours streamed or whatever, right? So it's like, it's not bad, but also at the same time, I'd actually just highlight in general the revenue I generate from Twitch isn't that high anyway, for the size that we are. What's the best way to donate to you? So I know you donate bits. So with bits, and you can double check me on this, I think with bits, I get the entirety because what you're doing is you're paying when you buy bits. So you've already paid Twitch what they get, and I think I get almost all of it, if not all of it. The alternative is you can use things like the Patreon links or the coffee links. So the coffee is for giving prize pooling type money, so we can run show match or whatever, and then the Patreon is money that I'll just take. So like if you want to have an extra way of like committing to X per month, there's Patreon levels. I really want to try to figure out some content to add there for you guys. I never have time, but it's something we definitely still need to figure out. But yeah, and then there's also like, there's the Dono link. Dono link works as well. How does YouTube streaming work? Better than Twitch? In terms of like rev gen, it can be, yes. In theory, anyway. There's a great video I recommend going and watching it later in the spare time from Moist Critical, where he went over this, where he reviewed his best performing YouTube stream and his best Twitch stream. Now, the deceptive part is the VOD elements, because YouTube VODs are like accessible and they generate revenue. Twitch VODs don't, by the way, which is why I always recommend you guys watch the VODs on YouTube after the stream is finished. So Twitch VODs don't generate rev at all. YouTube does. And Charlie, Most Critical, he had like, I think it was Star Citizen or whatever. Not Star Citizen, it was the other one, the Bethesda one. And his first experience of that, it generated like $88,000, whereas the best live stream he ever had was like $11,000. If there's an ad, you mute the tab and come back. Yeah. Wait, I can't remember if that works. I remember they've done something recently where it's like harder to do that. I can't remember if it stops counting down or not. My friend's seriously trying to get into music scene, and he says the songs has to catch in under 4 seconds or people give up. Exactly. People's, like, we live in a generation where there's so much distraction that people's attention economy is at an all-time low. People skip out within seconds. If you need any look at how people create TikTok videos, and you need to look no further. Look at the way people create YouTube videos. You see what people do on YouTube now? Do you guys know what the new meta on YouTube is for shorts? For YouTube shorts, you want to start the video the way it ends. So, an example of this would be why French is absolutely OP. They get their hands on French knights, they get Arbre de Trier, and they also produce villages much quicker. That is why, and it loops back around to French is OP. That's actually a thing that's been optimized for, because it's saying something immediately catch your attention. YouTube has this on longer form content as well, right? Like you have the initial thumbnail is like your billboard. The title is now like your tease advertising to get you in. And then the first minute is like your trailer, right? It's like a good trailer for a movie. It's like, I want to watch the whole thing now. So that's actually why when you watch a lot of YouTube videos, they straight away kind of give you the answer within reason to a certain degree, a lot of them now. Like if you do informational ones, they'll be like, China has the most powerful economy in the world, right? And then they'll highlight the ups of like the economy. And then the rest of the video is then breaking down how things are going to work in the next several years, why it's flawed, the cons, etc., right? What's up, Aaron Paul? Thank you very much. I appreciate the 500 bits. I watch the best chess players, best CS2 players, best AV4 players, best casters. Thank you, man. I appreciate it, man. You must be enjoying EWC right now. One of my friends, Jurasara, is working that event because they've got the chess on. Ads stop countdown if you mute in the video player. That was right, but you can just mute the tab itself. That was right, yeah. Because like the other thing as well is like to get around and circumvent to actually count as a viewer, what people were starting to do is they could set it up so that you would have 1% volume. And if you had 1% volume, it meant that you were watching. Because that was a requirement they set. It's like for you to be an official viewer at one stage, I don't know if they started this Twitch, you had to have volume playing or you weren't a viewer. Wish there's an option for affiliate streamers to disable ads 100%. I know Twitch is basically an ad platform, but forced ads. I think in general, like affiliate streamers need to stop focusing so much on Twitch and focus more on other platforms. I think if you have like 1 to 5 viewers and your fixation is on Twitch to just be on Twitch, and you're expecting growth, you're going to be disappointed every day of your life. Like, that's why I've told people before that I think Twitch affiliate is a scam. Twitch affiliate is a scam because most people who get Twitch affiliate will burn out before they actually see $100 in revenue generated. If you don't see $100 in revenue generated, then you can't actually be paid out by Twitch. That's a thing. So, yeah. It's, I don't know. I remember when people acted like Twitch affiliate was like a good thing. So guys, when I like streamed in my early days, it took me months upon months to get a payout, to get my first payout. That's how wild that was. When are we seeing you on Kick? I'm already streaming on Kick as well. There you go, guys. Like, yeah, this is where everyone has to open the Kick as well. Make sure you've got like your incognito as well. Double our viewership. Boom. Nah, I haven't set up the Kick link. The problem is I don't want to drive my Twitch viewership to Kick. Because, like, Kick has its own... Like, I've talked about this before, like, why I was reluctant to have, like, YouTube streams at the same time. And I love everyone who's supporting me in both, by the way. But like to give insight, the reason why we're reluctant is like, let's say there'll be, my assumption is like with YouTube is a different audience, so it's fine. But like, if it was the absolute same audience and I lost all my Twitch people, that actually now makes it harder for me to source sponsorships, because I've got a divided viewership, which is like when people are like looking for streams to sponsor, they're going to check Solynome. If you guys aren't familiar with Solynome, it's the easiest way to check people's stats. And if they look and they go, ooh, you know, KP is only like a 200 CCV streamer. Like, I actually think we're trending lower currently. That like we're probably not going to sponsor that. If only he was a 300 CCV streamer. But I have 150 people watching on YouTube and 100 watching on Kick, let's say. They don't see that. So the only way you can collate that is if you have direct lines to the sponsors that you talk to. And that's hard to do because those direct lines are usually reserved for people that are doing thousands of views. So yeah. All right. Anyway, should we get into the game? MSN versus Kiliardi. You guys ready? Let me turn the nameplate off. Man, we were talking about that stuff for quite a while, right? It's good, though. I like it. Oh, this intro a bit different. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We've got a special one here. A Chinese showdown between the kiddo and the old man. That is right. This is a battle of generations between the newly born and the soon-to-be despawned. Let's get into it. So we are going to be on sunken lands with a spare Yardi, a.k.a. Kill Yardi. Old man with a Zimmer frame playing as the Chinese in the teal. Strelborough official over here is a player called MSNDK. He's a youthful little lad out of Denmark. Actually younger than Voldemar, which means that Voldemar is... we left him as a kid. We often refer to MSN as the toddler. Sushi versus Chinese is definitely intriguing, actually. Like, on paper, when we first started seeing this matchup in this meta, I actually favored the Sushi pick. But in more recent weeks, on maps like Sunken Lands and also Carmel, I'm a much, much bigger fan of the Chinese. And the reason is that at the highest level, players have gotten very good at pivoting into spim and crossbows in Castle Age, which counterplays this mass cavalry strat rep. The mass cavalry strat is meant to favor Sushi because they have the better attack speed. Reality is actually, even if it wasn't for that, even if it wasn't a case of China going into spin and crossbows, China still does really well in a night clash. And it's because of how good their Aurora economy is via the taxmen and how they get them. Yeah, Imperial Academy just... It's... Every single season that passes, I feel like Imperial Academy becomes better than the last one. That's the best way I can describe it. It is ridiculously powerful. If you guys don't know how powerful it is, if you don't think it is, because it's just a subtle thing, Imperial Academy, for those that need a recap, it doubles the amount of tax generated by buildings in range, and it allows you to build Imperial officials. It also allows you to build them cheaper. You pay 105 resources instead of 150. So that doesn't sound like a lot. Like, this is the thing. When I describe little details like this, if you're a casual viewer, you'd be forgiven for going, well, KP, that's not OP. When I'm 30 minutes in the game, like, who cares that I can build my taxman out of that? Who cares that it's going to be, you know, 4 extra gold on each unit produced? Who cares that I'm going to save 45 resources at 30 minutes in? It's not 30 minutes in, though. You always have to balance things in your mind based on when you get them. So this is why, if you guys remember, Ibig Growthwing. Ibig Growthwing and Feudal used to give 4 villages. They nerfed it down to 3. That doesn't sound like a big decrease, but that changed everything. The amount of people who get it, because at the point in the game where you were getting it, it was like a 20-25% increase in your economy. And that's how you have to think about how much do you get out of the Imperial Academy by going for it at this point. Because he's teching into it now. 3.5 minutes in, he'll be able to gen upwards on taxmen. By getting an extra taxman early, he can then start to pull the taxes to pay for the other one. He can supervise onto wood and food. Meanwhile, his opponent, to mirror that, will spend 45 resources more. He'll also sacrifice 1 villager of production per taxman built. That is a big difference when you think about it. Now, one thing that is interesting, by the way, is that actually we aren't seeing the 0 Imperial Official build. It's been very popular for a while for Chinese players to not actually build an Imperial Official at all and rush the Imperial Academy. But Kilyadi decided to go a different way. But what we will begin to see here, and it won't show because taxmen count as workers up here, is actually you will see it. It'll be an extra 3. You'll see that technically Kilyadi is just miles ahead when it'll be 3 villages up in probably the next 2 minutes. How many villages worth of gathering is this? It's okay. He's getting 75 resources. That's like maybe 3 villages. But the difference is the taxmen can generate a lot more. It's the supervision, which is powerful, but also the tax alongside it. Yeah, I mean, he did get double gold, which isn't too bad. I think this is still okay for blue. The reason is that on this map, gold is really limited. You get the 1600 gold veins close to your base, and then you get 4Ks on the remainder. There's no 8Ks. It's a little bit like Carmel, but maybe a little bit more forgiving than Carmel. If you guys remember, Carmel's the map where it's 1600 gold veins everywhere and 1 8K in the center. Pro Scout should be the name of the game here, though. You'd think. You'd be wrong. We might have a stables, but it looks like both players aren't rushing towards that PS timing. And look at the difference, guys. Already an extra taxman coming in. Reminder, if you look at the work account now, you see Teal's at 19, 18 for blue. So he's already falling behind. Looks like we are now getting him to start to prep for pro. Wait, really? Okay. So I thought he'd build some units before. Okay, there we go. That's better. I was about to say, like, I thought he'd really get some units out. It's interesting he built scouts here when he doesn't even have the gold to start prepping pro scouts. I prefer this, though. This is what I was waiting for. Chugnu going to be coming through. So Kilyadi is going to need something more if he wants to try and apply the pressure. And it is going to be the stables play. Nicely done. Oh, should we add the nameplates? I just realized we didn't do that. I'm feeling a little bit lazy, so I'll do one of them, but not both of them. Because one of them's kind of obvious. We know that spare Yardi is kill Yardi. It's not too much of a jump. Spear's already in position to start harassing this. Yeah, you'll have to drop and run. It's a little bit awkward. I get what he's trying to do by splitting the map, but technically this many spears could actually cut him down on both sides. Funnily enough, however, Kilyadi pussyfooted around it. He backed off entirely. Instead, he's playing for his own tech up. Wait. Was this about legal drinking age in Denmark? Oh, that's interesting. Wait, so Denmark specifically has a percentile-based alcohol system? That's very different. Like I'm pretty sure every country I know of, it just has an age limit for alcohol. Horseman poke. Nice start here. However, I feel like Kilyadi has arrived quite late to this. He's giving him pro scouts himself, so this army will still be good for securing his own. But for a guy who added so many spears early, I thought he'd actually do a little bit more intercept, a little bit more slowdown. And wait, are you saying that people of any age can drink? So wait, doesn't that mean someone could go into a pub, buy a drink for someone else, and they could just drink it in Denmark? All right, that's got problems written all over it. I'm not even gonna dive into the complexities and awkwardnesses of that. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, looks like Kilyadi's getting ready for an age up. So he's essentially forcing MSN to overcommit now. Chigunu are going to feel pretty rough here. Oh wait, actually no, he's going Barbican. I guess he thinks he can't age up quick enough, so he needs this to lock him in. Because yeah, he was just getting taxed. I mean, he has enough in taxation that he'd reach the age. It's just you wouldn't be able to really build anything when you arrive. So who do I favor right now? Because it kind of feels like MSN's looking for an all-in timing. And the Barbican's going to make that very difficult. I think his read was right. If there wasn't a Barbican, he actually could have attacked into Kilyadi, which is why I praise Teal for this. Like, getting this defense up changes everything about the dynamics. Blue will continue on this path. I mean, technically, you stop Lancer play. Like, you've got spears. But you guys can see the problem with his strategy. There's something that just counterplays him entirely. Palace Guard. The funny thing is... what? Oh my god, don't do this to me when I'm ill. What? He's ego-challing Chug? In what world and why? What a wild situation. Not something you normally would see a Chinese player wanting to do. Just because the idea is that Xu Shi actually have tempo because they get into this a lot earlier. Right? Like they get into the count of Chuganu much sooner. They have like 7 or 8 Chuganu before you can even start thinking about it. But Yardi is saying, well, my eco is better. I have taxes up the wazoo, so I'm going to try to do this. Unfortunately, it just feels like you nibbled on the bait. MSN is getting ready for an age up now. And I don't know if Kilyadi done this to try and secure the deer, but it wasn't worth it. Because he lost more deer in the process. Yeah, because you switch over to repeat crossbows, they're a slow-moving unit. They're not going to be able to intercept anywhere near as quickly. That's crazy. Oh, wait, you guys opened the kick as well? Look at you, legends. So what is the goal now? Because we also have Shaolin Monastery coming in, which fell off in popularity, by the way. And no, the kick text is not going to show up in Twitch because I don't have a way of integrating that into the chat system. There isn't a plugin for that currently. I don't actually think Kilyadi can do any damage with this. Not unless Blue griefs himself. He just needs to walk away. Just get a few Lancers or Palace Guard out and then counterattack. And it looks like it's going to be PG. So he doesn't want to allow a spin and counterplay. Okay, well, no, pause that. He is going Lancers. I think that's fine. Like, maybe it's just he saw the counter. He's like, oh, that's actually not threatening. Straight out's going to come in, and he's essentially just discarding his spears so his Chu can win the fight. Kilyadi's not going to go for a tech up. Like, this is quite good, though. Going into Lancers, because what's going to happen here is that for Kilyadi, he's probably going to access Nesta Bees. He's going to go Clock Tower. You don't want to be onto Chuga new massing. You don't want to be onto, like, static units. And also, because he's playing for relics, he wants to be able to spread the map wide so you can quickly guard and react. It's also just the type of map where you end up playing out your base really fast for gold, and thus your opponents can actually just snipe you with Lancers. Repeat a crossbow upgrade. Wait, really? Alright, you know what? This guy, clearly he's map hacking. No, I'm kidding. MSN sensors are on point. Because, similar to Carmel, a lot of people on Sunken Lands see more value in the Imperial Palace. You're probably wondering why. Why would you give up Clock Tower? KP, you keep talking about Clock Tower being OP. Why wouldn't you want it? It's hard to use Nesta Bees when you're pushing out on the map. So what we're seeing here from Kilyadi is very much fitting to the player. He doesn't want to sit in his base. He wants to attack. And if you want to attack, that means you're coming out into these open, exposed areas. Nesta Bees will just die too easily. So instead, what he does, he takes advantage of this to get the vision. Look at what he sees. Not just that, the other cool thing about going over Clock Tower into Imperial Pass instead is the spy. This is the map we've highlighted where you have to move around for gold a lot. So if he starts spreading wide, you want to know where he is when he's there, so you know optimally where to strike with your Lancers. Man, Lancer spam advantage is big already for MSN though. Could Spare Yardi directly contest this, or is he going to need the crossbows? We did highlight earlier that crossbow switch is usually what you're looking for as Chinese. I'm sorry, what is this dented argument? Being an alcoholic is much better than being a stone. What? That's like, that's variance. Both can be bad. It depends on the person. The idea like, oh, one makes you lazy. No, both can make you lazy. If you're hungover all the time, you're going to be pretty freaking lazy. Flash coming in. No laziness from MSN. He looks to hard commit. Speyardi has got production advantage on his side, but he lacks the numbers to sustain this forever. And it also means he's forfeiting relics. This is a 5 relic game for MSN. Phenomenal outcome. Especially if he now follows up into Yuan, which he's looking for. Yuan that would give him access to the pagodas. That juicy resource generation, which is going to need... Because we have had Song Dynasty ticking for several minutes. You can already see from Speyardi just building up that bigger eco lead at the top. You rate MSN here pretty high? How would you know that he's high? Anyway, looks like the aggro is going to get pushed away. Veterancy now coming in, so Speyardi's going for a horseman switch. He just saw the crossbows arriving, I guess. No, just a repeated crossbows, so maybe he thinks there's more coming. I do wonder if actually naturally you're probably thinking about infantry soon as blue, because you're now kind of in hunker down mode. Not saying that... Wait, you're saying it's better than... okay, I would just say, like, alcoholic or stoner. Like, the argument that one's better than the other. You're trying to widely apply something that doesn't make sense. People respond differently. Their behaviors become different when they're, like, addicted to different things. That's why there's that term high-functioning alcoholic, right? Like, I knew a high-functioning alcoholic, guys, in esports. I knew a guy who... I think he still works to this day. For years, never worked a broadcast sober. Which, I mean, if you want to be an alcoholic and be, like, on-screen talent, that's a smart way of doing it. Because, like, basically, people's first interaction with you would have been you're drunk. So they'll never know that you're drunk, right? They'd have to see you drinking. But legitimately, every single broadcast, he was drunk. And because he was always, like, no one knew. He's technically, yeah, he was a highly functioning alcoholic. We're talking like, and he got to the point in his career where he didn't even need to hide it. Like, I'd come in to the studio, and he was there doing double shots of vodka at 10 a.m. Lancers. Interesting raid target. Problem is, this crossbow's in there. Dude, it's so tilting when people do this. When they mix the Chuganu and the crossbows, you just can't tell what you're up against. So probably looked like a good approach at first for MSN. Because the other thing is, you can say, oh, but KP, if you look close enough, you can see that, like, the crossbow looks different to the repeater crossbow. Yeah, but if you're zoomed out here and you're doing like this, and you're as a player, like, tracking your stuff, moving around, like, you're not seeing that. That type of detail is lost on you. So you have to spend extra time anyway selecting the units to confirm what you're up against. So Speyardi, what's he trying to do right now? He's trying to stabilize for corner eco and focus on raiding because he knows he's in danger against this relic situation. And what it's doing, by the way, like, it is achieving the desired outcome for Kilyardi. He's trying to keep MSN away from pagodas. Because if he gets pagodas, eco advantage goes to MSN, guaranteed. This is a brutal fight, though. Great fight, MSN. Is he getting the crossbows? I think he got... No, the crossbows is the last thing alive there. Kilyardi intentionally drew them back, left the Chuganu to the wolves, keep 6 of them alive. That's really important for trying to clear the remaining lancers. So we're enough to stabilize him. A lot of teal bodies going down. A necessary trade. Unfortunately for him, MSN has already exploited what just happened there. The Chuganu got wiped, and MSN has been prepping crossbows at home. This is bad news for Kilyardi. This is the type of game where you start to wish that you did actually have access to the Nest of Bees. In hunker down mode. We talked about Yuan before that. It's actually going to be a pivot into the song. So he's starting to think about farms. 2TC. Farmland area. This is like a weird one, but I kind of dig it because it's very wallable. The way you could kind of follow it around. But most likely, we're going to see it in the corner behind his base. There's a huge open area here. He also has double Sacred Site. This is a ridiculous amount of gold gen, guys. He's getting 600 gold a minute. And yo, what's up, Aaron Paul? I just saw the sub come up on Kick. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the sub. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the swarm. And wait, people haven't wireless. I watched Dewey 2K on Twitch. He's stoned routinely by us. Spacey said for AoE4, definitely alcohol doesn't help at all. I mean, for most games, alcohol won't help. Like, pros that would do that on stream, they're kind of doing it for the content. Like, it can be attached to certain conditions that, like, Twitch can interfere with. And that's how you can make good money. Like, technically, you're not meant to do that type of stuff, but there are streamers that have things like shots for subs, is a thing. That is, like, by the way, that is technically against Twitch's rules. But as we know, Twitch, the rule enforcement is all over the place. Dive coming in, blue. Oh, that is a sad man's farm transition right now. He's only 5 in. Meanwhile, look at MSN. Yeah, boy's getting big. Grand lad needs a lot of food. 20 farms coming in compared to just a mere pathetic 8 over here. Yeah, he's miles ahead on the transition. Look at the gold as well. Kiliardi. What do you do with this? Why is this against TOS? What, drink, like, you know, doing shots for subs or whatever? Because it very easily leads to self-harm. Excessive drinking is considered underneath the TOSs of Twitch, like, to be an extension into the self-harm clause, which you can get banned for. Which makes sense, it is, right? Like, excessive drinking is definitely self-harm. Mountler Academy as well, so we're about to get the pagodas coming through. This is the perfect time as well. Kiliardi doesn't want to attack at all. He's guarding on the backside of a small group of crossbows that would immediately get wiped by this many lancers. He's got the rest of the crossbows now hiding. I love that use of the tree line by Kiliardi. He has the outpost, so he'd see his opponent first, and then he could bait him in. But MSN doesn't take the bait. Steady steers elsewhere. I think he's just going to go Imperial now. I think Dev should give Chikanu red kites on helmet like the U-Bits have in AoE2. That's not a bad idea. I think there needs to be something in line to that. There should be some sort of aesthetic that makes them different. Like, maybe just give them a, I don't know, give one of the types of steel cap or something. Lancers are sneaking in. This is a good start, but you're going to need a lot more, you see, because MSN has gone 2TC, and I actually don't think that Kiliardi realizes it. It might become more obvious now because your opponent hasn't really been trying to dive you, and he knows he's up against Song. So, like, why would he not dive Song unless he had his own read? But 5 minutes on the Sacred Site timer, man. My concern is that Kiliardi is going to try to bulk army. MSN's going to mirror the count, but the difference is with his eco lead, he'll be in Imperial. This is the value of pagodas. He does still need to garrison the final one. A little bit of a whoopsie there currently. Is on the way. Reminder, these are incredibly effective, more so than Tithe Barns. Because each relic now is going to generate about 250 resources instead of the normal 80. Crossbows are going to get chased away. Kiliardi, I think he's suspicious of a tech up here. I love this. No. Shh. Send the scout down. I like the idea of just hanging around here waiting for the villagers to come back. I don't know if it's going to work now because at this stage, you might just say to hell with it as the Chinese player and just build more farms, which is what he's doing. It's pretty painful that you got pushed off of this, though. Boar plus double berry batch. That would have been enough to get you into Imperial as well, instead of having to add in more farms. And love to see that we're getting a little bit of that play from MSN. Not too much, just a little bit of extra pump there. Reinvestment is going to be coming into military. An extra 8 knights now being added in. A little bit questionable, actually, when you're up against mass horseman crossbow. What do you mean grand lad would show me off? Grand lad. A good old lad. Lad is a very British word, isn't it? We got the good ones. Crossbows. Lancer reveal. big clash coming in. And if they're standing still, that means that attack speed buff from Dally Horse is going to go pretty hard. Crossbows should counter the Lancers, but the problem here is going to be just how quickly Lancers can beat Horsemen. Kiliardi, like, it's actually ludicrous. He's got the core comp of crossbows. He just doesn't have the front line to stand there. The chase is on. He's going to pummel him down here. Just needs to A-click in. Crossbows also now catching up to favor MSN even harder. And Kiliardi, he still hasn't decapped the Sacred Site. Doesn't look like he's going to get a chance to now. It just wasn't enough Horsemen. I mean, who expects that many Lancers, right? Like, you'd expect your opponent to pivot differently. Maybe Spearman allows you to outmaneuver him, but not going to be the case. Kiliardi gets pushed away. MSN takes full advantage to seek the next H. Yeah, meanwhile, Kiliardi has to start from scratch. Only a few Horsemen now. Late game Shushi Cavalry is better than late game China Cavalry? Absolutely. We already talked about the Dali Horses buff, but it's actually so much more than that. The access points. You get your hands onto things like the Guard, the Imperial Guards. You get your hands on the Yuan. You also, with the Temple of Sun, get the buffer. Remember, you can increase the damage of your cavalry. Shushi, you can tell, if you just look at all the details on a sheet, it's very obvious from an early point that they were trying to create a cavalry-based China. The problem was, it wasn't obvious to players picking up the game because it only came into effect in the late game. But yeah, stuff like this. Divine Charge, 20% more damage. He's going to keep spamming Lancers, and for good reason. This is like having an Uma Bannerman thing there all the time. I wonder what Kiliardi will think about how this game played out. We did talk about how China has usually been winning in Castle Age with a spear crossbow transition, but I think that's the problem, right? Like, it never actually came to fruition. We never saw that. We saw him go Chug, which was a little bit odd. And then eventually he, like, what, delayed played into crossbows, but like it kind of felt as if he was just a step behind following almost the same transitions as MSN through that mid game, at least where it counted. Sacred Site time, and now down to just 2 minutes remaining. Kiliardi is scrambling to try to get together a semblance of resistance, but it's just small group of horsemen after small group of horsemen. And these knights now fully elited. Look at the damage. I mean, you start to feel a little bit like a gilded knight with those stats, right? 37 on a standard sword, 54 on the charge. And enough to basically two-hit. Crossbows guaranteed. Yeah, why don't we just give the Shushi, or the Chikanu rather, these type of hats? Then we definitely know. You give them 1 feather for your Age, 2 feathers for Castle, and 3 feathers for Imperial. Easy. No upgrade on the crossbow backline, by the way. He's legit just gonna pummel him with knights. Alright, I think MSN has been watching too many CSO videos recently. Why not? When you hit this hard, when you've got this much food, this much gold, which he definitely does, folks. Like, he's moved out Skirmishes and he secured the game. Kiliardi, even getting beaten up by babies now. Guy's having a rough year. F's in chat for Kiliardi. Losing to people fresh off the teat of their mother. It's a hard time, man. It's a hard time. Old man tries to beat up toddler in Age of Empires. Yo, what's up, Fat Plop? What's up, Wembley Hog? Thank you very much for the subs, mate. Appreciate you both. Thank you, thank you. Wunderbar. Happened? That's a good question, actually. My editor was like, any development on the channel logo? I was like, I had someone working on like a channel logo, but they kind of went like dark. I think other things came up for them. So it kind of went on the back foot. I really need to get new branding, new logo. I'm going to get a new logo. I want to get a new overlay. Aaron with another 500. Dude, it's going crazy. Look at this guy. Thank you, Aaron, man. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. That's enough to convince me to reveal KPMM details today. Yeah, not yet. Nice try. All right, one sec. I also just need to quickly put a product order in. We've got some new things from Elgato that are going to be sent across to us. Fantastic. So I just want to get that. We're going to have them send us their new camera to check out and see if it is the dog's bollocks. What do you reckon, guys? I was thinking of getting a white mic arm, but I think, like, I've got too much black here, right? It'll be out of place. I will wait, and then I'll be greedy and ask for another, like, mic arm if we get, like, a white edition of a Steam Deck. Yo, Aaron's going crazy. What is up, man? Thank you very much. Holy crap. All right, do I have to get on the table and start taking clothes off? Because it's... Nah, we're not there yet. I don't think there's a number. I think it's more important to emphasize a number that would stop me doing that. That's the thing that people would probably pay him for. All right. I keep thinking about getting the foot pedal from Elgato. Maybe I'll do it next time. I don't want to be... I try not to be greedy with my orders. All right, there we go. Let's post that in. We'll get him send us a new camera and a mic arm. Yep. Nice. All right, should get that in a few days. Tell KP to do community games? I don't know about that, dog. I don't know what a hype train is. Yo, guys, what is a hype train? Whoa, what's that? It's level 2. Do you reckon it gets like a sword and a shield if it gets level 3? How's anyone want to find out? Alright. Next up, by the way. Here because you're the best caster, not best looking. Whoa! So, like, who you got a crush on? You just expose yourself now. There's someone that you think is the best looking. Also, it's a bit mean to me. I feel like I'm a 7 out of 10. Probably. Mostly because of the hair. But it counts. Alright. Who are we doing next? Krakedi, maybe? Just having a look, actually. Being Cat Online? Pog? Oh, we've got a Wham game, haven't we? Let's do a Wham game. Wham! Anything KB needs to get is contacts or eye surgery? Yeah. What, you don't like the glasses? I thought they gave character. So the problem with eye contacts is if you're in front of a PC all day, it's really bad because you don't close your eyes, right? So your eyes dry too fast. I also just, like, in general, feel like my eyes dry too fast. I have thought about laser eye surgery. I think it's the type of thing that I do for myself if we had, like, an astounding year, right? So, like, if we became, you know, like, 1,200 or 1,000 average viewer streamer reliably for a year, I'd be like, yeah, you know what? I feel financially safe. Let's go do that. But even then, I have been a little bit paranoid hearing stories of people that have, like, they've just had a really, really hard time with it. Like, there's one guy called Dan Bull who is, he makes, like, songs about video games, right? And he got laser eye surgery, like, several years ago. And he's very vocal about how it, like, ruined his life because his eyes always cause him pain now. So those type of stories really freak me out. Did I have Blue Lens sponsored a long time ago? We still work with Gunnar. We actually have some orders that came in. There's one behind me that you guys aren't meant to see yet. I'm ready for the beach. Are you guys ready for the beach? Mustangs in rose gold, I think it was. You guys can get these for about, I think, 60, 70 bucks, actually. Quite nice. I like the look of them. Exclamation mark gunner if you want to take advantage of that. Use the code KP. Actually, no, code Pigeon. Code Pigeon on gunner is. Use code Pigeon to get a discount on those. They're quite nice. They actually sent me a few different ones, so you have them. They also sent me the Fallout ones in sunglasses mode. Because I'm going on holiday in September. Blink. Yo. I reckon the Mustangs look better on me. These are quite nice too, though. I always love getting the Fallout lenses as well. Because of how they come across. You guys seen this? Little Fallout boy. Yeah, Gunner's really cool with the boxing. You get a lot of cool things like this. Oh, sorry. I'm still very ill. Alright. You have play-by-play and a color commentator. Cool thing about KP is you can do both. Yeah. I think that's the thing we've, like, developed into. I mean, I started off as a play-by-play. Gunners? Yeah, gunners are pretty cheap. Definitely in the US. I'd have to double check what shipping is. I think there's a price where you get free shipping anyway. The sunglasses are nice. Vault-Tec? Hell yeah. Dude, they have a lot of those type of brands they work with, by the way. Like, they've worked with, like, Marvel, Disney before as well. We have some Warcraft ones behind us. And then there's been, like, Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty. Like, the thing I like about gunners, right, is, like, I like that they've started doing clear lenses. So they haven't just been, like, fixated on... They've started to move away from just doing the blue light filtering. Because for those who don't know, gunners' whole thing, when they started, was the blue light filtering. For me, prescription glasses is a big thing, though, right? And I'd rather have options to have just clear ones. It's not that blue light filtering isn't useful. I see the value of it. We even tested it with eye contacts. And blue light filtering actually helped stop our eyes drying out as much. Because the other thing to keep in mind with gunner frames in general is they intentionally are curved, by the way. It's like, here, I'll quickly show you. They're intentionally curved more than standard glasses. So you guys can see that. Can you see how much that's curved by? That's quite a lot of curve, right? And that's just like, that's basically to stop like air from hitting your eyes as much. And like, I was like, is that just gimmick or does that work? And I tested it and it did. We were wearing like, I think it was the Warcraft ones, and we were wearing eye contacts all day, and my eyes didn't really get dry, which was really impressive. But like, I think the next move, the one that would really catapult gunner, is just having a full line of clear lenses. Don't get rid of the blue light filtering, but make it optional. And then just focus on making really cool glasses, because I think they do. I think they, like, compared to other people trying to activate in the gaming space, they have unique, very different looking glasses. Right? Like, there's look very different. Like, you guys remember these ones? These are the Overwatch ones. Jeez, love. Anyway. These ones. Oopsie. They're rubbery. They're a rubbery material. I don't know if these ones really work for me, to be honest. But these ones, yeah, so like with these ones, they're very different looking, right? I don't know if they're like fully for me. I don't know if I'd say they fit my face that well. But it's very different in terms of their styles. And I think they just have more... It's fine to have the blue light filtering, but I think there's a lot of people who will just buy gunners for the style look if they just have full clear lenses. Because these are really cool, but I think when you're out and about, some people would just rather have clear lenses. But I highly recommend checking out Gunner. Like, their prices are really good, especially compared to a lot of the people online. There's definitely super cheap places you can get prescription glasses for like 20 bucks. I get that. But they usually look like crap. Whereas these are statement pieces, man. So yeah, exclamation mark Gunner. Code Pigeon. Get yourself a discount. Alright. Do I just stay wearing these now? These ones are actually prescription, by the way, so I can see. All right, let's get ready to go in the game. What announcement? You'll have to wait and see. Glasses build trust in your commentary. Do they really? The beard I get. God, they feel like... They feel very different when I go from the other glasses. Well, the other ones are like... It's using a different prescription. Technically, this is the prescription I'm meant to be on, but I was like lazy. And I was still using like the old ones because it was on like a 0.25 difference. And my optician was like, yeah, you can do that. It's fine. It'll be fine. I don't know. I need to go for a checkup. That's why I haven't put in a new order for new prescriptions from Ghana yet. I need to actually do an optician's checkup. Anyway. Let's get ready to go. Mongols suck on ladder. That's what we always say. But deep down, we all know that's not the case. There's one build that rules all in the Age of Empires 4 Court. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We got a fun one from the ladder. It is going to be Wham 01 on the Mongols going up against MTE's Myriad playing as the Shushi. Shushi versus Mongols, not really a matchup I feel like we see too often these days. Mongols, I think, do quite well here now though. Like, nah, I think there's a timing. If Shushi attack you in Castle with Mass Knights, they can stop you doing fast imp. Because I think whenever you pick Mongols these days, and maybe this is just a taste of sadness that exists in AoE4 in some people's minds. When Mongol picks come out nowadays, they're going for a fast Imperial build. Like, that is my baseline expectation and behavior of them. I think most people are there now as well. So when you're up against a Mongol pick, you almost have to play as if they're gonna do it. And they might not. Like, that's the trade-off. But if you don't prep your strategy around being able to intercept an Age 4 tech up, the problem we're seeing is even after the slight nerfs to Karganet Palace, I think the big issue that people realized is that Karganet Palace may have got slightly nerfed a patch or two ago, but the route to Karganet did not get nerfed. Wow, already starting off greedy here. To be expected. I don't think it's really worth going for an outpost rush up against the Shushi. Mainly because, you know, you're kind of encourage Chuganu. You don't want to do anything in line with that. Instead, he's going to play a little bit more greedy. It would have been an okay spawn for harassing. The negative of doing a pasture opening is if Myriad scouts it early enough, he can go for a greedy meditation garden. Whereas, like, the upside, at least, of doing spears early as Mongols is your opponent can't come out of his base for a better medi garden. In fairness, there isn't any too crazy. Like, there's double gold here plus the wood. Or you could do, probably here would be best, stone, double gold, and a little bit of wood. So you get probably about 90 resources in total. You would be sacrificing food, though. But the idea is usually meant to be, you know, Myriad, he's playing Shushi. We're on a map that has got 28 deer. Pro Scouts just almost feels inevitable. And go on the front side. So, Wham. Maybe he does just take this full extreme greed. I think the idea here is to optimize for deer stone. And then once you have it, you can move out onto the deer. Right? Because if you do it before that, it's a lot of walking. And every time you walk, you're just missing out on food gathering. So it delays your tech up, makes you really inefficient. And the goal here is, you know, your opponent's probably thinking pro scouts, but if you just mirror into feudal and move out here and start eating straight away with like 6 or 7 villages, most of this will be gone before he arrives. Really cool strat. Mass Magadai? Against Chuganu? I guess like there's an argument for it in that your opponent can't necessarily know where you're doing it. They can't necessarily like know where you're going, so you can't always intercept with Chug. And the Medigarden... Okay, so he chose food. This must be a no Pro Scouts build. That's very intriguing. Yeah, so the food gen is pretty high, though, by the way, guys. He's going to end up getting 66 food. Plus about probably 25 wood, at least. But normally, if you're going Pro Scouts, you don't care for food. It's the lower priority, because you should have so much food anyway. So my feeling here is Myriad is maybe not doing Pro Scouts. Then again, he's got 3 on gold. 3 on gold is a lot at this stage. So, like, it should be PS. It's just very surprising that he chose the food for Pro Scouts. Because most players aren't a fan of this right now. Yeah, usually it's like double gold, because double gold generates you towards Pro Scouts quicker anyway. And there's the deer stone. Forward facing, of course, to make sure he can walk across the deer. Is there anything else this could be but Pro Scouts? Not really. Not with this many people on gold. Like, he would have pulled 3 away by now due to taxation, padding the difference to anything you wanted. If it was techs, if it was blacksmiths. And if it was going to be blacksmiths, he would have already optimized for an archery range drop to start getting Chug. So yeah, this should just be full green. And there you go. Pro Scouts locked in. By Pro Scouts, I'd try establishing everything on the double pack plus ball area. You'd lose out on a lot of resource requirement by doing that, though. So, mill 50, you probably need at least double outpost to come up here. That's 200 resources. The walk time, that's God knows how much lost on gathering, walking all those villages out. Probably another 100. So, you're almost at Pro Scout cost anyway. Whereas, you could alternatively go Pro Scouts, keep your villagers condensed to home, which means you also get to skip on Wheelbarrow. That's 200 savings early on. And then you potentially get the extra deer stacks on the other side. That's why Pro Scouts. The reason why you need that double outpost I mentioned, by the way, is Magadai are going to come in. And even double outpost won't necessarily protect all of this area for food gathering. So yeah, this is why a lot of people are reluctant to play wide eco out of the base against Mongols. You're just asking them to rush you with the cav archers. Horseman coming out from Myriad. Good reaction as well, because the Magadai are being committed into by Wham. Did Myriad scout this? You know what? He actually might have done. I didn't quite glimpse what this archer was doing. It looks like he may have had the opportunity to walk over, scout, and then come back to pick up the deer. It's a great opening play there by Myriad. Find it much harder to pro scout when packs are so close together? Why? It should be easier. Oh, you mean because you get intercepted? But, like, you get intercepted either way. I think Magadai is a problem for either one of these type of strats, but the idea here is, like, we talked about Chiganu being really good against Magadai, but sucking because you don't know where they're going to go. This type of spawn, you can guard easily because you should know where your opponent's going. In fact, Wham, he's already wheeling and dealing over there. We're going to get an outpost coming up on the goal to protect. I think the big shock for me really is the food. You could argue that by going Meditation Guard and food, it did allow Myriad to be able to afford the Horseman, Scouts a bit quicker, and the Chiganu transition. Right? Because he's able to rebalance his economy on the logic that he's getting almost 70 extra food per minute this early on. Magadai. Reveal into the Chiganu. Horseman now coming as well. The Deer Stone is the clutch play, remember. It's going to give the movement speed so you can always stay away here. Almost as quick as Horseman. Big problem, though. Hasn't got the maneuver speed arrow yet, so might be a little bit hesitant about diving in too deep. Wham is getting ready for an age up, though, guys. This is pretty much the standard Mongol build that we've come to expect. I'm curious to see how Myriad's going to respond, though, because he's scaling Horseman Chug. I'm just a little bit surprised he didn't take the age up instead. Will they add 1440p on YouTube? I'll look into it. I reckon my laptop can do it because it's a godly laptop. But at that point, we're going to be triple encoding. Because we're already encoding, we're encoding a lower degree for 1080p for Kit because it doesn't allow the multi-stream funnel that we're doing. And then I'd have to like set one up for YouTube that would be separate encoding. Because basically, like there's a very helpful plugin we use that allows us to pause that for. We'll come back to it in a sec. Chug. Ooh, they don't quite get the Khan Hunter. There we go. Nice strikes. That means Magadai can't engage. They don't have the range. Yeah, so what we do is we use a plugin in OBS, which is the recording software, that allows us to restream to other websites. It's basically pulling the same data stream that's being used for Twitch and then relaying it to other ones, right? The value of that is the slight overhead, but it's not complete overhead. What I mean by that is what's being encoded is being used multiple times. But with Kick, what I'm talking about we had to do is we're essentially having the encoder separate. So the stream is being done twice in 2 different formats, if that makes sense. So if we then have to do YouTube at 1440p, now you got 3. And I'm curious, I think the laptop will be fine. It should be able to handle that. But like at that point, for those that don't know how much we do behind the scenes, a little bit of insight because we're just watching Fast Castle anyway on Fast Castle. We now in our current format, I'm streaming separately 1080p to Kick. We do multi-level streams to Twitch. That's 1440p, 1080p, 720p, so on. We'd be then doing 1440p specifically to YouTube on a separate encode. And then we record at 2K local at highest quality fidelity. That's a lot. As I said, I might test it. I think the PC can take it. Like, this PC Specialist laptop is a beast. It's got the latest 5090 mobile graphics card you can get in it. It's got 16 core of AMD goodness and 64 gig of RAM. So, like, it should be capable. So, what's happening in this game? What is capable for Myriad? What is not? I think he needs to look for relics fast here. Mountain Academy's coming in, and that's actually good because you can supervise a normal monastery to get monks out. The tricky part, though, is because while I'm still playing Magadai, he can still easily intercept you. And this feels like it's an infield. Whenever I see someone going towards crossbows like this, usually it's to play defensive right now. It's not the old Mongol build where they'd scale for an all-in. Instead, they use this just to hunker down. And the detail that might look a bit surprising to people if this is defensive is men-at-arms. You'd normally think of men-at-arms in the opening of Castle Age as a rush unit to cheese the other opponent. Not with this build. It's because if he builds into Spearman, he's going to be counterplayed by Chug. He doesn't want to open the door to that, so he wants something that can absorb all the shots while he reliably scales the crossbows. So just think of this guy as the most lean, efficient tank option that Wham has. He's actually going back for spears now. Ah, that's interesting. Yeah, so I think he was expecting an all-in attack. And then when he realized, okay, Myriad's not going to go for me, he's like, I'll just stop the men-at-arms. Because, you know, if it is Lancers now, I can justify spears. That's dangerous, though. Like, if Myriad realizes this and just goes Chug Lancers, he could attack you before you hit Imp. Being said, Myriad is going to need to be fast about this. He has not got long. Regional inspection's coming in. That's going to double his supervision rate. He needs a lot of Lancers out ASAP. Discovers the scroll on placement on the front side. That's going to make life annoying. Yeah, actually kind of in a weird way, a good spawn for Wham. Because he's set up here, he's gathering the deer. When the aggro comes in, he'll be able to move away. Most deer will be gone. And he'll leave this spring on placement that's hard to kind of push through. Not to mention more coming behind. Every Mongol game right now. I do think this needs to change, by the way. I almost want to say Mongols are in need of a big rework on some of the core systems to, like, diversify gameplay. Because if you nerf this build right now, Mongols go back to a tournament-viable situational pick, but underwhelming on ladder, right? But the fact that I'm able to begin every Mongol game at the moment and say, so this is fast imp, right? And be right. That isn't me going, yeah, the crowd goes wild. He's right. Look at him go. He predicted it. KP, he's a god and oracle. No, I don't care about that. I don't know if people are actually saying it, but I don't care about that. I don't want to be able to predict games' complete build trajectory at minute 1. That's a bad meta. When one build is so optimal that no other build can cross your mind, that's a bad meta. Like, the only times I feel like we've seen Mongol players not rush Imp is when their opponents stop them. And that's the other thing. Like, it's such a good strategy that you have to stop. It puts you in a dominant position where you sit there and go, well, if you don't stop me doing this, you're going to lose, right? It's like, if you guys remember Ibids when they were released, the fast castle builds on those guys function exactly like that, where it was like, look, come and stop me doing this, or you will lose the game. And I don't think Myriad's been able to stop this. Aren't horsemen faster than Magadai? Not when there's Yam around. And that was the key detail. Like, the Deerstone being pulled forward and then back is what made the horseman strat not work. At that stage, Myriad would have been better served using horsemen to kill villagers, which he tried, but by the time he was doing it, there's already emplacements. It's annoying that Magadai deal damage while being chased. Yeah, but it's hard to change. You'd have to substantially cripple the cost to build them if you wanted to change them to have a behavior like the Black Riders do. Wham. Now about to get dove. Tech up complete, but he's a happy camper. Look at it. The outpost spam. Lancers need a lot of kills to make this worthwhile. They're wasting time on the spears. And look at his 5 spriggles. Okay, 4. Still, that's just not diveable. Myriad has to back away. It looks like he's maybe stockpiling for his own age up, but you don't get anything. This isn't one of those situations where you go, oh, well, if you're going to go Imperial, I'll go Imperial. There's no value there for Myriad. I think he just needs to reallocate his resources ASAP. There's a bit of a mismacro in my eyes here, right? Like, I don't know if there was a thought in his mind of going next stage, but it doesn't do anything for you. It doesn't move the needle. Getting 20% damage buff on 10 knights is not good enough for 3,600 resources. Like, you could instead just have an extra 20 knights. Well, 15, right? But still. So we do have Rams coming. Not a bad idea here because Wham is lacking. Oh, will you look at that. He rolled Roost Knights. Are you kidding me? Come on. Kind of the perfect thing to now force your opponent to commit, because otherwise the Ram just dies too fast to the Poleaxe Knights. First outpost is going to be going down soon, but so's the cav count. Look at it. Can remain. Sprint emplacement's now starting to target fire down on the Chuganu. Villagers are being sacrificed. You'd think this is good enough, but keep in mind that this Karganet is worth like 20, 25 workers. I do believe that Wham may have whiffed, though. He doesn't have blacksmith. Oh my god, no. Yeah, he doesn't have military academy at all. So his Karganet is really inefficient. That's crazy. RNG is going to shine upon him, though. The Pulse Guard is probably the best option you can get here. Battle Hardened up, 210 HP each. 5 ranged armor, rather, means that the Chuganu do 1 damage per shot. And that is going to be enough to hold it for him. But he's now down by 12 villagers. Myriad still has another wave coming. I don't think he has the Lancers to push this in. He needs to wait for crossbows, which is going to slow him down long enough that the Nest of Bees will... Oh, come on. This is Shining Pain, and it's about to get a lot worse because the cannon emplacement just got queued up. This is the thing that just stops you going in now. If this cannon emplacement completes, he can't back up the dive with a ram. Wait, people in chat are like, yeah, this is it. He's won the game. Nah, this is... Guys, you know better than this. Remember when Numadon had that miracle comeback from 30 villages plus down because of Mongol Imp? This is the... If you had to choose any civ that has, like, practically no villages to never write out, this is the one. You know, we recently reviewed a game where there's, like, a big villager lead for French. And we're like, well, Mongols aren't out necessarily because this is why. Karganet is that good. And so is Wham's luck. Oh, my God. PG into Nesta Bees, back into PG. Pretty good. Because remember, Palace Guard, it's just something tanky to kind of hold the choke points. And you might be going, well, KP, why would you want double Palace Guard into crossbows? Because you've got the Nesta Bees. So now you get second Palace Guard, and then your preference is get another Nesta Bees. Like, if he gets another Nesta Bees, I'm going to lose it. Because that's the perfect roll. Yeah, okay, so mid-roll, it's going to be elite horse archers. There's some justice. Another outpost down. Nesta Bees is going to reveal itself. Palace Guard have to step up. Lancer's going to dive, but they're going to die too fast. The Nesta Bees doesn't even need protection wham. Get back in the TC and continue the party. A lot of villagers go down. Lost another, what, 5, 6 there? But the threat has been removed, right? There's no front line anymore. The Nesta Beast has not reached the Chuganu, the upside right now for Myriad. The downside is the state of the game. Even the scouts, like, they're even bringing deer to try and body the enemy here. I mean, on upside, right, it's going to be 5 relics eventually for Myriad. The downside I'm seeing is I don't see how he ever ages up as well. And if he ever stops pushing like this, that's when things will go bad. Backstab. Not going to work out. Double outpost. With Sprinel's coming, so that's going to shut this down. A little bit of out of time is nice, but remember, even if you idle his economy, Wham still has production. Always. Elite Knight's now coming through. PG is useless now? Not entirely true because the Nesta Bees. Because the Nesta Bees, the crossbows can't really overextend. You're thinking about this one-dimensional, you need to think about it too. It's not one unit counts one unit. It's look at both of these units for each side. Who counts who? And from a defensive play logic, the way that Mira's trying to approach this, like his counterplay is to get a bunch of Lancers and go in. But he's struggling to actually get time to do that. Food and the gold just isn't there. Now we've got a horseman switch. I don't mind this. I think horseman crossbows is pretty smart, actually, against what Wham is rolling. The detail that's going to hurt, potentially, is he's running out of food. Yeah, he's out on the boar now, so he's playing extended life there. But it's basically boar and berries, right? The deer is running thin. And hello. The Khans always grieve so much. Wait, no. Myriad, what are we doing? Myriad? Down, boy. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, one horseman is going to scare him away. That's... I don't know if you need to worry about that. With Gallop, just like run past, run back, keep shooting. He forced the entire army to come back. All right, Wham is very happy with this outcome. Perfect timing as well, because Wham was running thin on food. We'll be able to access the front side. And it's interesting we're seeing mass archers, but definitely makes sense here against the crossbow comp. Horseman's still going to be the clutch up play if Mirai can find the quantity. More villagers going down. Like, this is just unraveling, man. Remember, Mirai was up by, was it 15 villagers plus? Look at the gap now. 9 between them. It's shrinking, and it just takes one roll, man. Magadai or horse archers would have achieved this. Hill Khan hits like a truck. He also takes a hit like a truck. 450 HP. Look at it. Just dive on in. Have at it, boys. And remember, yeah, even though he loses the extra range there from the assistance of the hunter, he's still got Gallop. Gallop gives you +2 tower range. It puts you up to 7.5 range. You're basically a longbow on horseback. Nowhere is safe. The only option for Myriad is to go and do some damage too. SCBs and cannons. Happy with their existence. Ram is going to start moving in. We actually have cannon emplacements on the north side gold here. Villagers will be able to clear that. Yeah, I mean, the Rams don't even exist. They're already dead. Army's going to arrive, but with cannon emplacements here, it's a no-go. And these guys, these horse archers, they're still going. The Khan continues to tank for everything. Yeesh. And the eco lead continues to shrink. What do you do now, Myriad, when the Mongols come knocking? Might propose paying them tribute at this stage. Blackmail him. No, bribe him. Wrong one. Shows my innocence to bribe people when I'm trying to blackmail them, and blackmail them when I'm trying to bribe them. And oh no. Horse archers. He can't catch him. He can't catch him. It's not enough for a one-hit kill because the Khan died. But he can run this down over time because look where the army is. It's so far away. New horsemen are coming out, so that'll be good at least. Wham does have the Gallop, though. It looks like he actually just optimizes around getting more worker kills, so he doesn't actually care for anything else there. But now we have an even game on worker kills. Or worker count and kills. Myriad only ahead by 2. Triple Ram coming in. The numbers look good, but this is going to be his weakest push so far, folks. Look at what Wham is getting. The reason his army is looking small is because he just side invested 1,500 resources into an Imperial Plus tech. 20% damage buff to be had on his elite archers. Not to mention the TC fire as well. Love to see him just get more blacksmith techs. Yeah, wait. Where is his steeled arrow? It must be queued up somewhere. That's very weird. It's not showing on the UI. Oh, sorry, it's here. There we go. Yeah, it's queued up behind. Wait, so we built double blacksmith and used one. Whoops. And the knight's now going, oh, God. Well, before, you just shut down the raids by sending some horsemen, as you saw. But the knights are a lot harder to answer for. It's lucky that Wham wasn't looking there. Still, out of time. Worth its weight in gold. Gold of which Wham still has plenty of. It's about to run out on the back vein. So we'll have to start thinking about moving forward. Meantime, Knights continue to idle out the backside of Myriad's economy, forcing them all the way home. And at this point, Myriad just looks kind of like lost in the woods, right? I get what he's trying to do. He's trying to scale towards an all-in timing, but he's been trying to scale to an all-in timing for like 10 minutes, bless him. This has to be it. 20 plus horsemen to break it. If this can't do it, what can? Especially considering your opponent has some of his knights in your base, it means he's got less defending. Still, the problem with these knight raids not being addressed, guys, is that every time he comes in and idles 15 villages or whatever it's going to be, kills a few villages, that shrinks the gap between the military counts. The military is looking mighty, even if it is just archers here, because the cannon emplacements backing them up, plus the nest of bees hold true sway here. Villagers on the front line from Wham. He may need to pull them away. There's no backup wood option. Draws back. Horsemen dive on in. But the count, it was at what, 22, 23, down to 12 already? The nest of bees go for the shot, but the archers target fire them down. He needs to back away from this. He is not, even with the silk bowstrings, he's not confident about his position. Ram's going to start moving in now. No emplacement on this tower. Wham. He has got knights, but they are not here. They're cutting the reinforcements. Villagers get the opening, though. The tower is going to get denied. That's big. The nest of bees shot's even bigger. He needs a big hit here, though. Not able to find it. Wham. Backs away. Lets the archers finish off the single ram remaining. 2 nest of bees still in play here. Versus the 1. Second nest of bees to be produced for Wham. It's now coming out. And behind this, the knights continue to raid. Wham has taken damage, but he's somewhat kept Myriad in check here. And Myriad has simply had enough. 3-4 times into the belly of the beast is enough to leave anyone wrangling. Oh, let me know what you think about this, guys. I mean, we talked about it, right? The Mongol build that can be sensed, read, and expected at minute 1. And even with the best of intents, best of dives, you see how impossible it feels to kill this Civ off. Let me know what you think should be changed about Mongols. Do you want to see them have almost like a half Civ rework? Give them a diverse range of new options to make them feel fresh. Because my worry currently is if we take this build away from them, their win rate is going to plummet. And they will just become more of a pocketed Civ than something that people can commit to. What do we call that one? The only Civ that doesn't need villagers? I don't know. Villagers are optional with this strategy. Yeah. It's either villagers are optional with this strategy, or it's like, nah, you know what it is? Like, the only strat you can predict at minute 1. Why don't we see Mongol tower rushes in Pro Scene anymore? Because people have gotten a lot better at reacting to them. There was this negotiation of what you do with an outpost rush quite some time ago, right? Where, like, actually Mr. said at best. We had Mr. on a cast. And he was like, notice how he doesn't take all the resources? That's because if he takes all the resources, it'll force an overreaction. But that overreaction will get rid of all the entire value of your play. So, like, for a lot of matchups, Mongols just weren't seeing the true value because, like, to outpost rush the gold early on, you sacrifice your own tempo then after that. Like, you're probably forcing them to go archers. They can then go out for a gold wider. What's your follow-up play? Are you able to achieve it? Especially if you delay your timings. I think for a lot of Mongol players, it became a substantially more situational towards the outcome of the game. Especially considering that Magadai just became a lot better. Magadai is a much better variable option because if you go into Magadai, you can essentially achieve your real win condition, which is teching, and delay your opponent. You just wait to delay them to the next stage, right? So I think, like, yeah, my eyes is Magadai was the big game changer. Their arrival really just flipped it. All right, let's get ready for another game. Ooh, we're going to do a Dimmu versus Myriad game. They give me TSM Dyrus? I don't know who TSM Dyrus is. Should I know who that is? What game is that? Oh, League of Legends, that's why. I'm not as well versed in, like, LoL's history. Alright, anyway. You guys ready for it? It's the Battle of the Brits! Well, I mean, like, technically one of them is not British, he's Hungarian, but he sounds more British than the actual Brit. So we're going to allow it. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We have got Myriad facing off against Dimmu here on Sunken Lands. Love the matchup as well. Delhi versus Sushi. Not seen as often at the moment. I feel like Delhi has just been played in a very different realm to Sushi quite often, at least when we see pro play. In fact, Delhi just seems to become more of a pocket pick these days, at least on the pro level, right? Like people waiting for a specific matchup to counterplay into. The Sunken Lands is an interesting one, especially with a spawn like that. What? I'm sorry. Hello, Myriad? Do you kiss... You kiss your lottery balls with that mouth? Like, what is this luck? 5 deer right next to his base, one side. That is a jackpot. He'll probably play Pro Scouts anyway, but this could offer up an option where he just kind of, like, locks it in. Maybe he walls it, because it is actually a wallable area. Look at this. The stone, the gold into the wood. Bit of an investment early on, but, like, if it keeps everything secure, especially over here as well, like, overall, I actually think Myriad got a really good spawn. Back gold as well, 4k behind his base. Let's check on what Dimmu got. Did Dimmu luck out the same way? Not really. I mean, his berries are back here. But that usually happens on most spawns that I've seen at Sunken Lands. His deer are a little bit more spread. So definitely feels like Myriad won the RNG a little bit there. But he's going to have his work cut out if Myriad wants to win against the Myriad here. It's Dimmu, never a slippery, always slippery rather, but never an easy opponent to get one over on. In fact, at the time of recording, just checking in on Dimmu right now. Where is he sitting on the ladder? 4th. Benny Boy is rising up faster than I expected. He was down, like, what was it? The other day he was down at, like, 14th. So he's been farming. Poor Kilyardi just giving too much MMR over. Yeah, he's actually, at this stage, only 40 elo away from being the rank 3 account that hasn't played in 2 weeks. Louis is continuing to just trend upwards, though, at 2,400 elo overall. So, pesky bugger that everyone has to try and catch. Medigun's going to be coming in, by the way. Decent one for Myriad with the spawn. Gets the double gold plus the berries. It's not crazy, but the thing you have to remember is more walk time equal late attack time. So, he minimized any walk distance. It's pretty much just right next to it already. Could have went over here, wouldn't have been too bad, but at this stage, Myriad hasn't scouted the back of his base, so he doesn't know about these berries here. That would have been 25 plus the, what would it be? 48, and then maybe like 20 wood. Dimmu, fellow drinker, go Dimmu. Is that just like the association we need now? He like drunk, I like drunk. Clink. Oh dear, oh dear. So how does this one normally play out? Typically, you're going to be looking at Chuga Nu off the table at first for Sushi because of the Ghazi. Ghazi keeps you honest to doing something different. If it's pro scouts, normally you'd expect Sushi to open with Spearmen alongside the scouts to protect them. But that then opens the door for like Archer Ghazi comp for Delhi, which is pretty nice. This is also a pretty cool map for Delhi, conceptually. There's only 2 sacred sites, but they're very close together. So if you have to play something more than just Ghazi, that static nature of composition doesn't hurt as much because the distance between sites is this. Not too far, right? It's like, you know, if it was a good matchup, you might have even seen Archer Spears. Not going to see it against Shushi, but it means, like, if you were up against Civ like French or Rus, you could explore Archer Spears and not feel just completely mismatched for it. Here, the reason why you usually don't want to go Spears is, like, if your opponent can get towards Chuganu, it's going to feel awkward. So, like, I wouldn't expect Spear opening. I expect Ghazi, and then he'll wait for the reaction. If the reaction is straight up stables, he doesn't build Spears, then you just continue Ghazi. Right? But if he adds in the spin straight away, that's where you open up Archer's Deli. We're probably going to end up 1-1-1 if Dumu wants to play for the Sacred Site win condition. If he looks for attack up instead, he'll likely settle on like 2-unit comp. I just realized we haven't added the name tag. Let me fix that. With Dimu's annoyingly long name. And there we go. Except he's pink. I really need to just get another mouse. Alright, so how we're looking. Yep, archer range it is. He forced a spearman. Still, like, this should be Mirror getting control of the front side quick enough with the deer being so close together. Like, he's already got one deer stack worth. Second one's now going to be coming in. But the idea here for Dimmu is forcing these reactions. He wants his opponent to keep investing because it kind of devalues the true intent of Pro Scouts, which is normally, I have all this food now to go rush Lancers and Castle. And also, it's still going to achieve its objective of, like, forcing Miro to have to invest. Even though you got this great starting spawn, it wasn't like Miro could have went, hey, I don't actually, like, need to produce any defensive units. I'll just get the initial deer and I'll be fine. He still is going to want these down the line. The double deer stack on the wide. And the other thing that's interesting about Delhi is they actually force you to commit into this defense of the deer. Because if you don't go for the deer, the Delhi will. Pro Scouts comes in for free for them, folks. 2 minutes away. Sanctity, on the other hand, only 10 seconds away. So good amount of gold gen. About to be on the table for Dimmu. Does he go for the double monk pull or the single? Looks like we are going to get a double. So he's optimizing around the capture point. Makes sense. He wants to start scaling his economy now. Delhi underdog in this matchup? I think the Delhi can kind of do okay. Pro Scouts used to be really, really powerful against them because of the timing, but I think with the nerfs to Pro Scouts, Delhi actually gets a slice of the pie now. Tricky part in Fury is meant to be Castle, but that's where things are like actually interesting in my eyes, because although Shu Shi have got things like Delhi Horses and we hype that up, I don't think it holds a candle to Hone Blades. Hone Blades plus 3 damage equals like a 15% increase to your DPS on a night, whereas Delhi Horses at 20% attack speed buffer sounds great, but very rarely does a fight just stay still long enough for you to have a true 20% attack speed. Six Sight's now trying to be locked in, but good timing by Myriad to just rush out and intercept here. Yeah, he's caught the Archer Mass early, so it's not at a point where it can just contest the Spearman yet. It's not going to be able to one-hit kill, so it's not even worth turning around in his eyes. That means he can pause both here. Scout is actually just griefing over here. Should be going down in the end. But that paused the timer long enough now that Myriad can return with his troopers to deny. And he has found the window to go into Chug. A little bit intriguing, actually, for timing here. Maybe he's expecting a spear switch from the Delhi after the Horseman won like that. But we can see that Dimmu is not cracking under the pressure. No, right now, at least, he's sticking to Archer Ghazi. Might change soon, though. Instead of going for Rax, he's going to be going for Blacksmith. Horseman, bad fight. Really bad fight here for Myriad. He realizes it way too late there. Pulls them away the wrong way. No way of healing these guys up. And meanwhile, now when Dimmu comes out to try and recap the Sacred Sites, you can kiss these boo-boos better. Sacred sites weren't locked in for all that, so like it's still advantage for Myriad. And the Chiganu timing could be pretty solid here. Yeah, because Kilyadi, aka KPMM drainer, Dimmu went for Steeled Arrow instead of Undermesh. So with Chig already up to 5 on account, I think we should be expecting a Blacksmith by about 10.5 minutes for Myriad. And then he can rush into Steeled Arrow to just melt through things. Man, Myriad is being a bit greedy trying to deny 2 Sacred Sites at once here, though. I wonder if it would just be better to fully lean into one. You could argue it's worth it that he's pulling this many troops across to one to then win convincing on the other. The problem is he keeps like losing those horsemen that go in there, right? This time at least it was only 1. Last time 3 though was incredibly expensive. Up to 7 Chug, but we still don't have the Steeled Arrow coming through yet, which is a bit surprising. Great pincer there. Pinch rather. Catching 2 of the spears. Horseman with the chase down. Archers all gone again. Like, this is getting hard, man. And wait, what was that turn? Myriad is just beating him senseless in these battles. Benny Boy is going to come out dazed from this at this rate. Well played. This is sick to watch, man. Myriad just really cool execution. Not the absolute perfectly clean gameplay. We talked about the Lost Horseman, but he's just kind of unraveling the plan for Dimmu. And look at the macro as well. He's starting to stockpile towards the tech up. Decap coming on the Sacred Site. It's going to be the same story as before, isn't it? Denial, or maybe not this time, because check this. He's riding blind. This is so ballsy out of Myriad. He has 0 vision into the Stealth Forest. But it doesn't matter. His army's just so much bigger. Dimmu couldn't even try to spring on it. Now we'll repeat crossbows. Archers are going to struggle to trade out quick enough here. Scholars also with no armor. They're going to feel the pain. And Dimmu's going to feel the pain of his gluttony, of his greed here. Undermesh is 3 minutes away. The Steeled Arrow upgrade is already in, which means even Ghazi begin to melt the repeater crossbows. Not just the Ghazi, the villagers are also in trouble. They've cut through the tree line. Great snipes there. Even with textiles, he gets a triple kill. Hey, this is like a 15-minute win for Myriad. He's going to crack Castle. He's cracking Castle and he can still just win a fight in Dimmu's base. Yeah, it's just like all these scholars are deceiving folks watching at home, right? Because they'll look and go, oh, well, it's like 24 versus 32 military. And KP, you always talk about reinforcing waves. Well, one, there's no reinforcing wave. They're all here, right? Like, I think he's basically pulled everything. But to make matters worse, most of it is actually scholars. Like, a third of this is actually scholars. Scholars that, you know, are going to be nice now that he needs to get all these techs. But the weird part is, I don't think they've been garrisoned there. No. He's got them with the army, right? Like, he's got, I think, 1 or 2 garrison in tow. This is brutal. Just doesn't feel like he's going to be able to get any tech advantage. With tech up complete for Myriad, Lancers to be on the way. I mean, what do you do as Dimmu here? Normally when someone techs ahead of you, you punish them. You go into their base. But, like, you just can't here. I mean, I don't even put this on Dimmu, like, playing atrociously. He had a 1 or 2 micro slip-ups, but so did Myriad. I think Myriad, just this Chuganu switch was quite crafty. The timing, especially. The one big thing I think I'd, like, look at with Dimmu is, like, the thought process around Steeled Arrow of Undermesh. It really feels like he did not expect repeater crossbows at all. I'm wondering if that was the case. Because, like, his archer count wasn't crazily high. But in his eyes, he probably thinks if he gets the timing, like, on Steeled Arrow, he kills Horsemen and Spearmen so easily. And then Ghazi can just go raiding because he'll build an archer ball. And he's probably just looking at this and going, yo, it's Pro Scout Shushi. We know what their real win con is. What they want is Castle. So perhaps he thought that was just going to be the play, that Myriad would back up, tech up. He could take 2 Sacred Sites and tech up as well. And then we talked about that dynamic where on equal footing of arrival into Castle, the Lancer spam of the Shushi can actually be blocked by the Lancer spam of the Delhi. because of the home blades. In actuality, like double down into aggro allowed Mirai to move ahead. And now with this ahead up in age and Lancers on the way, veterans see for Chugin. I mean, the Chuganu alone could win this entire fight. And they might just. Yeah, just look at how much simpler the micro is for Myriad. Let me run through Myriad's micro right now. Select A, click. Do move. Click, stop, click, A, click, A, click, A, click, 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 A, click, A, click, 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 A, click, A, click, click. Like, it's just so much more requirement here than what Myriad has to do. Myriad could be doing jumping jacks right now. Skull's now being pulled out. Just try and give some heal, but this burst damage doesn't feel feasible. He's got some spearmen coming out. Myriad does need to maybe target fire onto them. We finally have a moment where he actually has to use micro. And now we're back to just A-clicking. Yeah, and the heal's just not good enough. The Lancers, they're chowing down. And I think Dimu's probably getting ready to say chow here. Well played. To Myriad, a speedy win on Sunken Lands against one of the game's best. Love the commitment with the Shushi over the greed. Nice way to shine light on them as well. I feel like we don't see this approach as much anymore, as most people are always just hyper-focused on how quickly can I access Lancers, but it's a firm reminder of just how vicious those repeater crossbows can be if you play them out in the second age. GG's Benny boy. Alrighty. Let's see. We got anything interesting happening ladder-wise? Well, give me a sec. If not, we've got many more cool games lined up anyway. So we're good either way. It's nice to have live ones, though. Who is Businili? I've seen that name a few times today now. Ooh. Beastie? Nah. Maybe. We'll keep an eye on it. We've got Elyona versus Kiliadi. Jif versus Puppy Paw. Crackety against the unnamed Chinese player, the rank 6. Has Snack been playing more? Let me check if Recon's been playing more. Nah, Recon last played 3 days ago. He's like, I've had fun stomping these noobs. I'm going to take a break. I think maybe we do... Oh, Elyona Sass, actually. That's pretty cool. Ottomans versus Malians. We haven't actually had a chance to cast many Ottomans in like the last week or so. Oh, wait. No. We'll come back to that one. We're going to do a Beastie versus Crackety game. I mean, I had to wait to make sure he rolled something good. Oh my god. Amazing player. Anyone who says he's too emotional, Google Magnus Carlsen. I mean, it's fine to be emotional, right? You just have to you have to be reasonable with how you exude those emotions. And it's key to not come across toxic or whatever. I've only caught glimpses of the VOD from yesterday. It's I don't know, the entire thing. But I do wonder if judging on what I caught towards the end, if he needed some time to like calmly like process all. Hey, Crackety, how's it going, honey? You're playing this game right now? Wow, look at you. We're gonna make you famous. Great players always act like this? That's not entirely true. That's not entirely true, right? Did Roger Federer always act like that? I don't think so. Like, poker, right? Phil did. Helmuth did. But most people consider, like, if you actually polled most people who the best poker player of the last, like, 20 plus years is, most will say Phil Ivey. And Phil Ivey never acted like that. It's like, some do, sure. To say all do is a fallacy. Like, and I think Fatblop's right. Like, we went over this in ours where we were very neutral in this. Like, the simple TLDR on that whole decision on the Denmark LAN, it wasn't a big enough lead to give a default win. It's that simple. You can argue the percentage all you want, but like, and maybe the argument's like, well, the percentage should be clear of like what it is or whatever else. Maybe. It's also just like, usually with these things, it's just, you could have that be a public figure and still in people's minds there'd be a next problem they'd have with the system. Like, it had to be a remake. Comparing to the Wham one I don't think it holds up. I think that Wham game was very, very, very different. And also the circumstances were very different. All right, we should be able to set up predictions, by the way. I think we might have a pause because they had a pause. We'll see. But yeah, like my take is typically like what you want. Ask Nancy Kerrigan, Roy Jobs Jr., Peyton Manning. I mean, you're just giving like a bunch of American references that I don't get. I'm trying to think. But but you've sourced like some example. You're saying like everyone is like that, that great. That's not true though. Not all the absolute greats are like that, right? Look at the greatest players of like Dota 2, right? Yes, you're right. Some can be like that, but like let's not act like that's like every single person has to be like that or whatever. I think the problem though is like the people who are deeply connecting the scene like the drama. I get it. But like, yeah. Like, what about Viper? Like, Viper's nothing. Like Viper is like the pristine example of an ambassador for a game. Seagull for Overwatch. I think you need a balance. You can't just have this one type of player that's like that, right? Because like, I've always talked about this idea, my conception of like my idea of what the perfect ambassador is, right? Like, very good at the game, has a bit of comedy to them, very educational, very like wholesome. I think that's like your dream ambassador to grow a game, because like you can have these people that are more edgy, but like for a casual person, they almost want the least path of resistance to like being able to enter the game. Does that make sense? Which is why I always rate Viper as a pristine example of that in RTS history. I think Hera has developed into that as well. Hera used to be, and he'll admit himself, he used to be like probably a bit Papagerish almost. Like, you know, he thought the game was about him, and he realized it's about the ecosystem as a whole. All right, guys, ready for this? I still need to know if he's retiring. For now, though, he will simply retire to the pub games until he returns later. That's right, Crackety retired from Grand Finalist Caster until the next event. What do you guys think I was talking about? Oh, he's against Beastie. How's the Lancaster up against Mongols is kind of a rarity. And this is on Sunken Lands. And we do have a pause. So we're going to quickly pause ourselves as we have to wait this out. All right, we can go back to Natarin. Or Grubby? Yeah, Grubby's a great example too. I think it's helpful. Like, and this isn't me, like, just throwing shade at, like, Beastie. Like, I said, I don't know if we really have that great, like, that Seagull type ambassador in AoE4 currently. Like, I can think of. And it's not just on Beastie. Like, Marine Lord isn't it either. Like, I mean, I've already given my criticism on Marine Lord, right? I love the guy. And I get, like, the edgy character. But, like, I still remember I said, like, if you guys remember on the Wall event, it was a terrible idea on the main stage in front of an entirely new audience to basically say everyone in your game sucks. Like, not in AoE2, but, like, you remember he was like, everyone else sucks, right? I'm trying to remember the exact words. I'm paraphrasing. But I'm pretty sure he basically used the words that, like, all the other players suck, that he's not even that good. Like, that's funny to us because we know Marine Lord. We're like, you champ. But, like, when you've got a stage and you've got a new audience of new people who've never seen the game before, that is a terrible idea. Because now they just think, like, our community is full of assholes. And, like, look, once again, like, Marilo's a decent guy. It's like the persona, right? But to the new people, they don't know it's a persona. It's like, because it's not even played over to the extreme, like he's turning up on stage with, like, a full fancy dress and sunglasses and all this crap, right? So, yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. But yeah, and then, I mean, Dimu's decent for it, right? Like, Dimu's a humble and nice enough guy. Who else is there? It's just interesting because, like, especially in the grassrootsy type scenes, I feel like you get these super, super duper wholesome type people, if you know what I mean. Usually, anyway. Because, like, the idea is it's been a struggle to exist. So, like, it's not to say you don't get the people that are going to mold and have a problem when things happen. But it's like, I think, like, you know, I love the Back to Warcraft guys for this. I talk a lot with Neo, and Neo's wonderful. Neo's very realistic about expectations and everything else he wants. And he's very, very wholesome and appreciative of everything. It's crazy. All right. All right, and we are on pause. Sorry about that. I think Beastie had to go for a quick Vindaloo toilet break or something. But we're back to see if he can actually take a Vindaloo dump on Crackady's Mongols. Dare I say, a return to ATC Mongols, Crackady. Come on, we've been waiting for it. I'm sorry, nameplate says Dimu still. Would I be asking probably asking too much. We're going to say it again, guys. Mongols are in the game. It's 1 minute in. My prediction, Fast Imperial. Solve for problem X. How would you solve for that, if that's the concern? I guess you could actually just White Tower rush. Yeah, I think, like, Lancaster actually can just do a White Tower rush here. So 3 manas into White Tower rush. With Dagger Throws, you just kind of poke at the economy from the flanks. So Crackady's probably going to have to start worrying about that. Maybe you think about Keshiks to keep your opponent at bay. The awkward thing is, like, you go Keshiks, you want to then be able to attack, but you can't against spears. Oh, thank you, Freya. Apparently we're having tuna pasta.
Daddy, I have my dinosaur.
You got a dinosaur? Is that a new dinosaur? You want to come say hello to stream?
It's my dinosaur. It's my new dinosaur.
You show him a dinosaur? Wow, look at how much that cost me. You go play with dinosaur. Give daddy a kiss? Whoa, it makes noises. All right, Freya, you go play. You kiss? Give me a kiss.
Daddy, what is that?
That's my face. It's always a good sign when your daughter asks you, what is that? And it's your face. Yeah, my glasses. You go play, darling. All right. Anyway, so how are we looking at the open? We've got Abbey of Kings. That's a big difference. Oh, Freya, you farted. Get out of here. Go. Oh. Oh, dirty girl. Thank you, Aaron Paul. Appreciate the bits. Oh, my God. That girl stinks. Oh, my God. I swear she's potty trained, but you wouldn't believe it with that. Anyway, Abbey of Kings versus Deerstone coming in. Deerstone, not a surprise. I mean, Silvertree's fallen off in popularity. It's not a great map for trading either. Oh, God, that lingers. Abbey of Kings does suggest we're going to get full aggro, though. So Beastie not just going to play for your standard mana spam. Sorry, I'm just trying to get rid of my daughter still. But yeah, so Deerstone coming through into with this type of spawn. He has got back gold. Did he get enough sheep? 60 is not bad, actually. And on the other side, we're looking at how many for Beastie? Beastie got 18. So they're about mirrored, because remember, the actually better off of Beastie, right? Because Lancaster starts with more sheep, 4 more sheep, but they also gather 20% quicker. Too much information? What do you mean? I'm just, like, letting you experience parenthood without needing to be the parent to it. I don't know. As we know, like, everyone who's committed to Age of Empires 4, they don't have time to go get laid. We're too busy locked away in our basement. Yeah, mine was a mail order bride. That's how I got Emma. That's the only reason it worked. Anyway, Village is coming in. It looks like we've got 2 TC. So yeah, Beastie's getting very different with this type of build. A little bit of experimentation. And the Abbot Kings was on the gold. This is usually the way you want to play it, so that if you get harassed on your gold, you can just pull back, heal, come back in, just not need to cycle villages. It was the only option, by the way. This one out here would have felt pretty far off without Wheelbarrow, and especially because you would have had to walk past back again, because you wouldn't have had what you needed for the TC yet. All right, we're cooking different, man. So, Crackety, you're going to do something different, right? Yeah, he's going Keshiks. So we're not getting just full greed. Magadai wouldn't make sense here, by the way. Like, the English villagers plus the TC. Remember, the villagers can shear you, and the TC is very good at shutting down early Magadai. So I like that he's going to Keshiks. It's also a great way of answering the Lord of Lancaster, because Magadai do not kill a Lord of Lancaster well at all. He has 2 ranged armor and over 200 HP. It's going to take way too long. Trying to get rid of my daughter is a dangerous thing to sound stream. Only if you attach it alongside the statement. So if there's any sweatshops hiring, right? But we didn't. Oh crap, we just done that. That's fine. Like there's no world in which someone will like edit that together. All right. Like there's never been an Age of Empires 4 clip from one of the Age of Empires 4 streamers on live stream fails. So that's not going to happen. Dude, you guys, like, your mind lives in the dark locations. I don't know if I've rubbed off on you. Is this my fault? Nah, it's probably your guys' fault. Anyway, more Keshiks coming through. The problem is there's just nothing to penetrate right now. Or rather, you don't have enough power to do the damage you're looking for. And I imagine we're probably going to be seeing Spearmen forced by Beastie soon. Yeah, Rax is coming in. But there's already archery range reaction. So Crackety's getting what he wants. He dangled the Keshik. Beastie took a nibble. It's double archers, blacksmith timing. So we're probably looking at steel arrow undermesh plus siege engineering by about 12 minutes, 12 and a half minutes to try and crack the secondary TC. I actually like this from Crackety. When you look at the spawn, if you break the second TC, there's not really much that's going to then feel safe. This tree line over here is further away. The back tree line will then be exposed alongside the golds. And the other golds are forward. So, like, you block food, gold, and wood becomes hard. See, now, that's a statement that you should have been concerned about being, like, misinterpreted. Come on, guys. Yo, he's not even waiting for Steeled Arrow. It's straight up siege engineering. Okay, I kind of respect this. Because he doesn't want to let this league get too big. And also, in fairness, your opponent's going to start Spearmen, so you'll have extra damage there already. But the concerning part is we do have Yeoman follow-up already queued up. And what is up, Matt? Appreciate the raid, mate. Welcome, one and all. Thank you, thank you. Hope you had a good stream, bud. He just spams those archers out all at once. Yeah, he was holding them pretty far back. I don't know, like, so I like these siege engineering. I just don't like the way this played out, where he got siege engineering and completed it before he even left his base. So, like, it technically, the way this played out, he probably could have went undermesh, arrived, and then had siege engineering follow up just in time. Because, yeah, he's now going undermesh because he is up against Yos. At the current, like, eco trajectory, Crackety should be able to maintain military lead for at least 2 or 3 more minutes. At least when it comes to the thing that matters, which is archers. Because remember, it's not just like the matter of the 1-to-1 scaling. Beastie's spending more per unit to scale his backline. A lot more, actually. 15 more per. Actually, potential promotion deals that never happen because investors are concerned about KP getting rid of. Whoa, whoa. You never know. We might actually get deals for that. There might be some sort of optimal shipping service. Like, hey, you can fit a kid in this small box. No, we gotta stop. What, Frey? Oh, Frey, go outside right now, please. Go show Mummy. She's absolutely caked in mud. Oh my god. Actually, I hope it's mud. After the smell that far, I'm not so convinced. Anyway, Yeoman. I'm really going to be able to do anything about this. Yeah, this is actually really crafty from Crackety. Because he's forced his opponent onto Yeoman, like, you just don't have a ram sniper right now, so pop blocking could become a problem. Beastie is spamming more on the east side, so he's leaning very hard around that secondary TC, which is where Crackety should be looking to steer next. Love this, just burning the houses. Remember, he's playing as the bounty boys. Beastie, always a big fan of bounties. It's not when they're being taken from, like, this 25 food and gold per burn. Crackety also finds the time for Steeled Arrow, but Beastie has not been gathering the gold quick enough to get into his blacksmith text. He has it down. He's not queued anything up. This is a huge advantage for Crackety. The only thing I say that is missing is the Deerstone wasn't brought across the map, which is unfortunate. That movement speed would come in clutch here. More houses going down. Beastie, what a philanthropist. Willing to donate 0.0001 of his subathon donation in the form of raid bounty for the Mongol player. Well, Crackety, come on, that's greedy. That's like you're going to dab the napkin and be like, I'm full, I can't possibly finish this Abbey of Kings. Villager. That's 2 worker kills so far, but BC has got a big lead. I'm a little bit worried that Crackety needs to make a move soon or do something else. And looks like he might be doing something else. I think we've actually got a Castle Age ploy. This is interesting, actually, because I don't know if Beastie really has the economy to be stuck in his base much longer. Yeah, this is not a mana build, guys. 2TC is very, very different. The deers almost ran out. He has got gold, but food will become the problem soon, I think. Let me check his sheep count. Okay, he's got 12. He's got some runway. So Crackety, he'd have to somehow maintain numbers for probably like 3 or 4 more minutes, and I think that's hard. And also, I don't see the problem of coming into a stream too. She doesn't want it to get too big. Wait, I'm pretty sure it's he, by the way. Wait, now you're just hearing things. Well, this is the thing. You never want the ball to get too big. The Yeoman ball. Because then it, like, provides a very good transition to cast. Like, technically what Beastie's doing right now is meant to be, like, the hardest thing, I think, in Lancaster's arsenal. I know no one wants to believe this because someone's going to, like, rant and show up a Reddit clip of how they got wiped by Sync Shot because they didn't micro. But the reality check of this unit is it's very, very difficult to spam in Feudal. 2TC no manners feels like playing worse English? Exactly. Because you have to then do this. And your farms aren't better in any way. Right? It's just 75 wood for a farm. You don't get anything from it. What are you on about? This game's definitely getting uploaded to YouTube. People are like, I'm bored, KP. Stop just showing me the normal stuff. There's variety this. BC is kind of running out of space, but fortunately he's got all this backspawn. I don't know, like, I get the concept of sunken lands, but sometimes I wonder if, like, I almost want to see people more camped in the corner, so they have to build forward to their base. Crackety. He did go for the Crotai, right? Like, this is an interesting spike then. Beastie hasn't aged up yet. Quadra Ram could actually deny a white tower play with Crotai. And he's already going to be knocking for that gate. Remember, gates take double damage. Rams only require 3 hits. I say double damage is double and a bit. 500 damage per strike into these things. Crotai. It's going to park itself. That's going to clip. Yep, so it's going to affect the hits on the TC. And wait, he's steering towards the white tower. Looking to force the fight right now. Now, hold on just a second. The Rams. The damage done here. He actually has to commit to build this now. Archers. He's going to start spamming into this. The attack speed arrow is already used. Keshik's wrapping around the back onto the Yeoman. The Spearman. Nobody get on top of him quick enough. He's going to be pushed away from this. The villagers. They need to deal with the threat. The Ram is being attacked by the Lords of Lancaster. The White Tower goes up. Half HP. Crackety needs to bail out of this. This is an expensive dive now. The worker kills are nice, but he still didn't even up the game. Man, just 1 or 2 more Rams there. The difference it would have made for Crackety. Just a tiny bit longer. He was close to denying the entire tech up. Which would be quite the victory statement. Remember, we already had Crackety do that once to a top level player. He done it to one of the Chinese players the other day with the French Red Palace drop denial. Not able to deny the White Tower. Would have probably been an immediate GG if it had happened. Now, veterancy for Yeoman can lock in. He still kept 60 of them alive. Crackety, he's going for... Wait, that's a rarity. We never see this. Siege engineering improved. In the early days of Mongol's existence, it was done every game. Nowadays, rarely ever. What is up, Philly? I see you with the sub. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the prime. Reminder, guys, get those primes in. Because this is a very different type of Lancaster game than what you're used to seeing. Oh, that's true. I was wrong. It wasn't a fast int build. In fairness, though, Crackety was in the chat on that previous game when we highlighted it, I think. So, like, just food for thought. Maybe he's like, you know what? For KP. It was the, you know what, you need, someone just needs to go and they need to GIF edit. They need to basically Photoshop Crackety's face onto Aragon in that moment. And it's not for Frodo, it's for KP. Which is definitely inaccurate. I'm not that short. Okay, chat? I'm not that short. Don't you even say I'm that short. Fraction trebuchets now. Yeah, I wonder if it was going to be for Mangoes. Mangoes would have been kind of sick to snipe the Yeoman, but yeah, he needs an answer to the White Tower. It is half HP, by the way. Beastie probably wants to add in more farms, which means he can't afford to repair that critical landmark. Still, his eco unshackled right now. We don't have any Monk play at all, by the way. Crackety hasn't done anything to inflate his economy. He's still on that all-in trajectory course. Is English kind of like ABBA because they're forced to go to DC? Sure, but this isn't English. They're Lancaster. They're different people, you racist. She goes off the rocks. I guess he just wants to try and slow down the scale. It also does give him a bit of economy. And yeah, look at what he's doing. Raid bounty. Actually, the timing on this might be perfect. Please don't set on fire. Yeah, dude, that's sick timing. So Raid Bounty kicks in. He'll immediately get a nice little rebate. Remember, Raid Bounty is the one that inflates the bounty by quite a pretty penny. Because you end up getting, doink, 50, 50, 50. How much damage gets buffed? Actually, quite a bit. You should ignore Filler's Bow. He should know better as a Mongol main. It buffs bonus damage. So it is actually a quite nice amount because it's a 20% damage buff. It used to be terrible because it used to be base rate only. But then they changed it to effect bonus. So it's a raw 20% increase. Well, continues to deny the infrastructure here. When they changed to effect bonus, like a year ago. Mate, Philly, sheesh. I think it was more than a year ago. I remember making the recommendation like in person. Because I think I made the recommendation for all the way back at Wall Legacy, actually. And then I was... Actually, check the like old YouTube videos. I think I always ranted about it. It was the easy switch that would make Kurultai good. Houses now. Just more bounty to come. Okay, actually trying to kill units. Oh, wait, that's a Mango. This thing short! Okay. I think he's okay here. He's still got the Kurultai, remember? Gotta be careful, the Yeoman range is the only predicament. Mango hit is nice. Spearman looking to chase in. Archers need that quick trade out. He didn't complete the spring order either. He has to cancel on the end. Mango. being target fired, but remember, it's got the heal from the Kurotai. And the Keshiks, they dove to the back here. The Mango is going to go down, but the Keshiks are dragging the fight away. He's splitting in two to keep the line alive. The crossbow's able to hold on. Alongside those archers, he chases them away. Beastie was not able to get the easy break he was seeking here. Traction Trebs can get back to sieging into the houses. Well executed fight there by Crackly. That was sick. That could have easily just been game with the way that was trending. Beastie. Maybe some predicaments now, guys, because he has no gold. He can only afford Yeoman now. He cannot even build a Hobbler with this Civ, by the way. That's how bad it is of his position. Horseman as an answer to the Siege Mass doesn't work. Oh my god. He's up Craps Creek without a paddle, mate. At this point, he's at risk of drowning in the sewage. Beastie. Spear Yeoman only. Sink shot. Actually gets about, what, 5-6 there? Not too bad. The problem is anything you don't kill is now going to fully heal unless you commit. And he continues to just sit on what he's doing here. Still, like, I mean, the problem with this strat is, like, all this food. I guess you can trade it. Like, that's the one thing you can do, right? Because you can't build Hobblers at all. Like, really, if it sounds like I'm Hobbler obsessed, you should be. Because if you see the strat that Crackley's doing right now, mass hobbies is the answer. That's the thing that could kill this. He just doesn't have the gold because Sunken Lands doesn't give you a lot of safe gold. TC now on fire. Beastie gonna let it go down. He's gonna usher this. He's gonna let it burn. Yeoman gonna step up again, but the Mango hit. Now both of them have healing, so they're injured, guys. But remember, not for long. That's right. NHS, baby. God, sometimes it feels ridiculous how quickly it heals them, actually. Trebs continue to siege into this, though. Crackney's making bank. Have you guys looked up at his economy recently? Okay, it's not fast in, but guys, it's going to be in. Is this the right play versus just full investing? I mean, he's worried because, and quite rightly, those sing shots are scary. I think he sees how this can eventually kill him. But he could have just had, what, Men-at-Arms? I think Men-at-Arms here would have been pretty slick. You wouldn't be able to catch the Yeoman, but they wouldn't really be able to pursue into you. Because my issue now is, like, if you get broke here too fast, your opponent's going to rush across the map. Wait. He goes for the Khan? I guess he's worried about the armor. Nice snipe there. That actually got rid of the Khan Hunter. So he just lost the range. Crackney needs a single monk. At this stage, is too, like, it's not worth it. At this stage, just get the Imperial Age. Because investing in the monks, 200 wood, then 150 gold per monk to eventually get gold. Beastie. The Mangoes could just get that wall up. He bails on his Kurotai. He's actually made it obvious now. Like, that's super suspicious. Why would you back up that much? I think Beastie's also slightly paranoid. He's like, well, maybe there's a horseman coming. But he's getting adventurous, and that Earl's Guard reveals the gold. And Crackety, it's a reinvestment into Men-at-Arms. Horseman is what? Yo. He knows. He knows it's coming. The problem now is, can you actually get the army up quick enough? Because look at this. Your army's immobile. Your siege can't get back home quick enough. Like, honestly, the one move might have been to start sieging the landmarks right now if you're Crackety. Because there's a dive coming. Yeoman wrapping around the back. Crackety tries to run for safety. No wheelbarrow, though, so the Yeomen are quicker. The horseman count. Not really where it needs to be here for Crackety, I'm afraid. I think he just needs to commit. Yep. Rams. He's going for it. Mango's going to begin the move in. Torches out for the Abbey of Kings. The army is completely out of position. If this turns into a landmark race, Crackety has one of his landmarks in Beastie's base. So it won't work out as cleanly as you'd think for Beastie. But it needs to be more siege, and it needs to be now for Crackety. The ram isn't moving. Does he think he's being faked out here? Because Beastie's backing away. Elsgard diving towards the back. Crackety, I mean, he looks a bit confused about what to do here. It's not a full pull. The ram hasn't gone in. But he's forced the army hub, so Crackety has achieved what he's looking for. I'm a little bit surprised the ram wasn't sent in, though. The horseman count is starting to build up a bit. The men-at-arms counter into the Earl's Guard is going to be there. But the mangoes, Crackety needs to look at this right now. Sees the threat coming. TC, feeling a bit of pain. Ram finally makes a move. Mangoes need a wallop and a half here. Shot. One's decent. Sink shot return, though. Reasonable, but not great for the amount of yeomen there were. He used all of them, the one button at once. The dive now comes in. One mango down. Second one to fall. This is it. Beastie. He clears the trebs. And now he'll be able to clear the army. Crackety. He didn't want to commit to the full pull. He thought he'd be safe. He was dead wrong. Beastie will come in to mop up. Oh, this is brutal. Crackety, that temptation, man. The horseman count just never got where it needed to be. Beastie somehow pulls off the defense, but Crackety made him so uncomfortable in this game. Oh, what do you think, guys? Is it time for 2TC Lancaster? I think you should all 2TC Lancaster. Not necessarily because it's great. I just want you guys to stop mana spamming. Thank you. Oh, man. What an interesting game. What do we call that one? Something to do with, like, the 2TC, right? I'm not sure what exactly. Build two center Lancaster just to die like this? Maybe? I don't know. Is White Tower under deconstruction? Something like that. White Tower does not look secure, maybe. Alright. Gee. Cool game. I wonder. Are they just queued into each other again? Ah, bro, we gotta give him his rematch. We'll give him his rematch. Now, I think after this, we might look to do le announcement. And I get to go eat my cold tuna and pasta that my daughter graciously told me about. You may see bottle of water. Bottle of water? Water? Response can be typed on a laptop keyboard for 3 weeks instead of real keyboard. Actually, the keyboard worked quite well. I don't know, you're just like super fussy, Philly. Your pickiness about your peripherals hasn't led you to win any S-tier tournaments. So chill. Like, I hate to do this one to you again, but Philly, this laptop has already been present on as many lands as you have. Speak on the drama publicly, BC, the BC stuff. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier, and we already have like a video where we cast the game, the grand finals game, on Monday, and then we gave our take. It's a remake. It's that simple. I don't need to farm it for like 4 hours of content about it being it's a remake. You think remake? Absolutely. There's not even an argument. It doesn't matter that he's ahead. He has to be, like, the game has to be border over. In a LAN environment, like, come on. It's different when it's online. Because when it's online, there's nefarious elements of, like, what if they done this, they done that. There's also, like, it's their technology. But in a LAN environment, everyone should, in theory, be on the exact same technology. So you hold it to a high standard of what is required for a remake. Also, like, recall that there was an Anatan Beastie game earlier on where it was a remake, right? I don't know if I'd say that one was more ahead or not. But, like, there's also, like, there's so many variables as to whether, like, the Beastie's pivot strat is going to pay off, right? Like, he has the idea in mind of that game. I'm only talking about more because we're waiting for this game. He has the idea in mind of what he's going to do in that game. And I can see what he's trying to do with the siege strat. But at the same time, it's like, it's not at the point where he's arrived in the enemy base and he's about to break him, right? We're nowhere near that point. Because, like, every time he tries to reach in, he's just going to get backstabbed. So he needs to address the cavalry first. Need a reconnect feature? Yeah, and that's the big takeaway I gave. It shouldn't be screw Beastie or screw Marine Lord. It should be, we need a reconnect function. And it's sad that this happens. And this will keep happening until we have a reconnect function. That's inevitability. And by the way, like, even if we have a reconnect, it's probably going to be awkward in an online environment. So you guys realize why, right? So, like, if someone's at a reconnect point on, like, online environments, like, it's even easier for someone to glance at the game while they're waiting to reconnect. Maybe even unintentionally. Because, like, if you're not fully focused on the game, you might glance across and see a window of something. And, like, a remake from that point in the game function doesn't work better than, like I said, at all, than a remake. Like reconnect, like, the game crashed, we can load the game and play it from that point, doesn't actually work better than just remaking a game like you think. Because the player might then get info that they otherwise would not. It only works for LANs. For online, I think online will probably, like, always have to be either remake or default win. For the integrity of the game, it's like it has to. And by the way, when it's online, depending on who crashed, like, if they're the so if you're the person who crashed, you probably, like, unless you are 95% gonna win, you probably shouldn't ever be getting the default point because you crashed, right? It's sad, but that's because, like, there's so many elements. We know there's, like, that UI thing I think that still exists, right? Where if someone, like, does some of their UI, they can crash their game. I think that might have been fixed, but that was an issue last year, right? And there's so many other things that we don't know about, right? Have you guys seen that guy who talks about, like, Baccarat and how he, like, wins money on Baccarat, but he won't tell anyone, obviously, because then, like, we'd know and then it wouldn't work? Like, those type of things exist everywhere in life, right? Like, I got a big, like, surprise for you. Those, like, this is how you get rich things that people tell you about don't work because now everyone does them. They worked before. They're now willing to share because they don't work because everyone knows about them. But they can farm the content of it not working now. You know what I mean? All right, you guys ready? Let's get this Briggies going. I couldn't not let him have his opportunity of revenge. Welcome back, folks. It's time for more Crackety versus Beastie. And Beastie has picked OP Knights Templar. Now, chill, guys. Chill. It's Knights Templar on land. So a bit more balanced of a beast. Meanwhile, Crackety has gone for the Japanese. Now, this is his Civ. This is the Civ that is making him the demon right now. In fact, if you look on the ladder at Crackety's performance, you guys want a little pierce behind the veil of what Crackety's been up to recently? He's been climbing all the way up into top 10. And look at that streak right there. There was a lot of Japanese spam optimizing a build. This is meant to be the build, maybe? No. This is a Rax opening. The build they've been optimizing was one around stone. Interesting that he chooses spears. I think Crackety was maybe paranoid that he was going to get speared. No, so instead, his plan's going to get torpedoed. Yeah, because, I mean, you can outpost the gold. Maybe that's the idea here, so that your opponent can't go for Chevalier. But it just feels a little bit weird in general. Like, if your opponent's fast feudling, he's going to go archers, you now have spears. So maybe Crackley's idea is to force it so you can go horseman while blocking Chevalier. But so far, we're not seeing a villager pull. And I feel like if you were going to do it, you'd do it by now. Right, you've got wood gathering as is. There's no worker that's been clicked across. So Beastie will just pull back. And I have a feeling we might be seeing the Hospitaller. Hospitaller has been growing in popularity, guys. It's quickly becoming kind of the go-to option right now for most games in Feudal Age. And the reason is the movement speed. The movement speed and health makes villagers very hard to kill early on. Makes them a lot more lean and optimal on economy as well. Oh, by the way, the whole like remake discussion and all those type of things, you know how you guys have asked me before to like do team tournaments? That's the reason why I won't. If we have tech issues in 1v1s, I don't want to explore tech issues in 2v2s, 3v3s, 4v4s, and what is that? Antioch? Nani? You want to buff your melee damage against Japanese? Okay. I mean, there's no way he's building axe for us, right? Against Yumi spam, that's pretty rough. What on earth? I've been a programmer since 9 years. I'm 53 now. You save state at intervals of every object in game, so easy, no lag. Tell players 5 seconds. That's not how like netcode works for RTSs though. So like most RTSs are made with something called peer-to-peer lockstep, which is like every move gets sent and then it gets simulated on your opponent's PC. And the reason you do it that way is to stop desync. If you just gave them like random updates every like X seconds or whatever, where they are, you get drift. Where like, for example, if like these guys were walking over here, but for whatever reason, the pathing locally pulled them slightly to the side, but you gave me an update state, we'd start to get drift off, where over time, the villager would be out of position compared to where, like, the opposite is. Is SC2 not lockstep? I think SC2 may have, like, deviated. I'd have to look under the hood, which I don't think I'm going to be able to. But it might be that they account for it and then create, like, a caching system, because the idea of peer-to-peer lockstep, and this is why you don't get hot joints in RTSs, by the way, is you'd have to store all the previous moves to simulate them for the players. So I think SC2 specifically done something different. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but I will say for most like RTSs, the reason they didn't is because of the lockstep system they were using. And yes, I know coding. I literally have a degree in game design and a dissertation in AI and pathfinding solutions. Yeah, I didn't see that one coming, huh? Yeah, we actually like were dev. Thank you. Sadly, my professional career after all that was SharePoint. Ugh. So we tech up complete. 2T. Wait. Yeah, well, we're noting that. We got 2TC from Beastie. Condensed 2TC. I guess if there was any civ to do it, Knights Templar, right? Just gather all the wood. Wood is like good, your best. I love what Crackley's doing, though. We've got Siege Engineering. Wait. Are we just pretty much copy and pasting the last game? Last game was Mongols versus Lancaster, and it was 2TC versus Ram all in. We're getting the same. I will say that I think Japan does this a little better than Mongols, though, in some ways, other ways worse. So the worst ways is you don't get paid for burning buildings. But the upside is your Yumi spam is so fast. Alright, I'm intrigued. Yeah, the other thing also that a lot of people who think they know development and how coding works, like you also got to keep in mind there's the politics of developer-publisher relationships. It's like one big part of why like there may be a way to fix the peer-to-peer lockstep system to allow for replay snapshots. I'm not going to say it's impossible. There are ways. It depends on how you track things on a grid to start with. But the reason why it's not as simple as just doing it is you have to pitch the value to an executive that doesn't understand gaming in the way that you or I or the developer does. They want money. And you can argue that that's going to bring money, but it's actually not. Like, if we're being totally real, it's for the pro scene. Right? Because, like, that type of reconnect function, I don't think is going to, like, I don't know if it would actually transmute into pub games the same way. It'd be different, potentially. And even then, they're not convinced of the value. Now, every time I bring this up, people are like, but KP, it would make more people stay in the game. I don't think that's true to the extent that you're thinking. And they'd refute that argument the exact same way I just did. Like, what is the proof that we're going to actually, like, retain user enjoyment that much more with this change? Right? Because actually, most of the concerns around, like, reconnect functions and like, people dropping that people hate is actually in team games, where a person rage quits and won't come back. So that's your actual, like, for the majority of the community where, like, matters, that's your number one use case. So having a reconnect function for those environments actually does nothing for you. What would do something for you there is actually a hot join to bring a new player in. But those systems are very complicated to execute into an RTS. So Yumi spam is going to work out to block out the first pilgrims coming through. I mean, Beastie so far has got 0 value out of Antioch. I guess, well, he's got a horseman. So there's some value there. I love the samurai creeping in from Crackety, though. And Yumi spam should be able to kind of keep pace for a little bit of archers because of the fact it's 2TC. But we've got Rams, man. Like, this is good patience. Crackety, it's a heavy investment, so he wants to make sure that punch pays off. If he goes in, the Rams get denied, they get pushed away, it all falls apart straight away. Samurai's starting to arrive. He did lose the first wave of Yumi. Select all army, select all army, select all army. No. This has to be a select all army, right? I mean, why else would you pull the Rams away like this? They're in great position. Maybe he feels like their friend, a little bit paranoid, saw the first horseman, doesn't want to have them there. Like, this has to be, right? Like, yep. Back we go. Nothing to see here, boys. Yeah, luckily Beastie has seen nothing. He doesn't have a scout right now. Crackety, he knows he can't wait much longer. Thinks this is his go time. Are you a game developer or a software dev? That's a fair point. Like, I've kind of had my tone both, right? Like I said, my degree's in game design. And then I had the unfortunate experience of doing SharePoint development. You think the esports side drags a lot of people in the game? I don't think so. I think it retains a lot of people once they're in, but the esports, like, part of it... No, like, in general, esports in most scenes makes up a minority. It's only if you market it correctly, but we've talked about marketing with Age of Empires before. It doesn't exist. Anyway, Rams, they're going to go off the stables. This is pretty smart by Crackety. He's trying to remove the counterplay to the Rams. Right now, Beastie only has 1 horseman. He wants to keep him at that. Yeah, that does mean that the second TC could be in trouble. Needs to be soon. Technically, Crackety shouldn't be able to directly fight. He's outnumbered. Yumi count is down by 50% compared to Beastie's archer count. A reminder that those archers are better anyway, 1-to-1. The text from Beastie's devastating. He's got a steel arrow on the way, though. No undermesh for Crackety. Oh, sorry, Crackety doesn't have... No steel arrow rub for Crackety is a bit rough. Plus the lack of abandonment play, because he hasn't been gathering enough gold, right? Like, it's actually kind of sad to witness. He's just a few stones shy of what he'd need to get the Yumi upgraded. And the Ram is going to get cleared, so he bailed. He saw the archers coming, freaked out. He is going to be able to take the Yumi lead in a moment here, temporarily. But Beastie's now ahead by 13 workers. This continues to lean more in favor of Beastie. But yeah, anyone who thinks that, like, Microsoft makes money off the esports, no. Like, the esports side drives retainment. But the biggest problem that Age of Empires 4 has to this day is figuring out how to get new players. It's a great game, and we have ways of keeping people in. And by the way, like, all this talk about we need to reconnect and all this kind of stuff, I actually don't think a reconnect is the biggest technological priority. I would rather see something done about responsiveness of in-game commands and whatnot, right? The thing that gets talked about all the time, where, like, things are delayed compared to, like, a StarCraft or Red Alert 2 or Warcraft or whatever. That's actually... That would actually get a lot more new players and retain them than a reconnect function. That would be my #1 priority for a game engine change. And by the way, I'm saying that as like I literally win no way by saying that. I don't get anything out of that because I cast. I spend my whole time casting. More responsiveness on units. Like, I mean, maybe it makes the fights more interesting to watch, but like, it's not like I'm playing the game and I'm like, oh, this is too, like, I don't like the delay. I do like Beastie's position right now. It's a bit overly aggressive, maybe? And Crackety's gonna try to trade it out. Okay, I mean, there are more villages of Beasties, so more targets. Pilgrim's gonna reveal them early. We'll ping on it. Beastie gets the bad news. Now, the problem here, the hesitation that could set in will be due to the movement speed. Yuumi are quicker to raid. The archers are slow by comparison. That's probably going to be his #1 concern here. And the villagers are running for their lives to the tree line on the other side. Kura Storehouse area is going to get dove. Crackety has got a few troops to defend with here, though. And he actually gets caught by the reinforcing waves. So Beastie mirrors the response. The villagers chasing away there. That's not ideal, Crackety. Get that one out of there. It's 38 to 61 workers, guys. And he's actually pushing him away towards where the deer gathering's happening. Which, no, Beastie, he finds it. He was checking what he hadn't scouted yet. That's a perfect reveal. Finds the 8 villages, and I mean, that's the type of thing that could just GG you out. Crackety is close to aging up if you can just find the gold, but the eco advantage is nuts. Villagers aren't going to be able to get away from that at all. Yeah, patience as well. He didn't just run the horsemen in before archers arrive. So maximizes the damage done. Crackety, I don't see the goal play. Okay, there we go. He ran out to the south side. It's interesting, actually, because with that move from the archers, he would have been able to gather gold here, but he didn't know, right? Like, by the time he knew he's being attacked on the north, way too late. Still forcing some idle in the base of Beastie. It's not even if you got all these worker kills, Beastie would still be ahead. That's the depressing position that Crackety finds himself in. Oh, man. I don't know. I think Crackety, like, should he maybe went with the 3 rams when he had it originally? I wonder if in his mind the Rax play actually paid off is the biggest thing I was thinking. The Rax opening, like we talked about it, like if you're worried about Chevalier, I can kind of see it. And also to explain like different server solutions. So like this peer-to-peer is like old school. A lot of different game styles will use systems now where you send the inputs to server and server sends it to players. The reason you do that in general is there's a very, very simple but effective statement amongst net coders. Don't trust the client. You never trust the client. You want to give the client the least info. For example, in RTS, if I give you all the info of movements instead of storing it on a direct server and sending it when you need it, you can map pack. That's why like RTSs historically have huge issues with map packs. So like with FPSs, they do this in a big way. Like some do anyway. Like if you want to be a secure FPS to not have wall hacks, you don't want to send all data to the client. Because if the client has all that data, they can tap in with an aimbot or whatever and see everything. How do you know you're not pulling a private software? You mean a pirate software? Jesus. I mean, like, I think there's very smart people in the USA, but Phyllis Burrow on average drags the IQ down by 20. So, anyway. I mean, I have nothing to gain by lying. I'm not making a game that I'm going to charge you $15 for and then not complete several years later. Yet. Crackety. Could he yet recover this? It is veteran Yumi. The problem is the numbers. Like, usually, this is the weird thing about Archer and Archer fights. Veterancy really isn't all it's cut out to be. Even if this was normal Archers instead of just being Yumi Archers. Because the idea is, like, having Vet Yumi, you're still going to overkill a lot. Right? Having Vet Archer, rather, versus Standard Archers, you're just going to overkill a lot. So sometimes just having more numbers is better. Yeah, like, to explain it in a different game, like, make sure you're familiar with Call of Duty, right? So Call of Duty, for example, use what's called a buffer system. So the way, like, if you guys ever play Call of Duty, you've had that experience where you die around a corner. That's the buffer system at work. The server stores your rough location and then takes intervals, and it keeps a backlog of your moves. The reason it does that is because by the time it sends the data across to another player, you would have moved again. So what the server does is it stores a different location for you and the other players than what you have for yourself. So that when the player attacks what they see on their screen, what they've attacked is what the server has dictated to be a reasonable description of your location. So, like, for example, if you're running right to left on the screen, you're here, but to the player, like, they may be receiving this, so the mid-ground for the server is here. So, like, it will try to take what's considered the unbiased approach of the mid-ground between the two. So that's how, like, a lot of netcode works in games in general, where the server has control. Anyway, Crackety definitely doesn't have control of this. Veterancy for Archers is coming through soon. Even if it doesn't arrive, this is absolute shambles. Crackety is dead. At least got a relic home, though. Yeah, he's just got nothing else to show. Alright, I feel like I'm just bullying Crackety watching these games now. This is not fair to the poor lad. It's going to be a GG. I'm starting to wonder if the Dark Age Rush is just overrated. Feels like it was really overrated here. If he just, like, I mean, maybe it wasn't, because the thing you have to remember is, like, AoE Forza games always in flux. If he doesn't do that rush, then maybe it is just standard, like, 1 TC play. But the pivot to go 2 TC play kind of invalidates the block on the gold, if that makes sense. So, yeah, well played by both. Another win for Beastie. Well, clearly we can't upload this, Kappa. Philly, mate, if you can get conk, like, I'm just going to say it out there. I think, like, if you can get conk, 80% of our chat can get conk. Whoa. 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 What rank am I? I'm unranked, which is technically also infinite rank. That's pretty cool. High gold? No, I think we played like a handful of games, and our unranked elo, I think, was 13 or 1400. Pretty sure I can even check it on like AoE Full World. Yeah, quick match 1v1. We only played like 23 games, and we were like 1260 elo. And the even more comical part of that, oopsie, is that I think those were challenge games where we were doing like Mongol TC only and stuff like that. So yeah. Lol. Yeah, I don't really, like, I don't think people really care to watch me stream the game. I think they're more interested in the tournaments we run. All right, so it's announcement time. That's right. If you survive to this instead of just marching on elsewhere, well done. Golf clappers. We'll keep it secret between us what happened here. So, we have got l'announcement. That's right. You guys have been asking. You've been begging. You're going, when is KPMM coming back? Mamma mia, I need a pizza. I need the marinara, the sauce. I need all of the pieces that makes AoE4 so great. And, I mean, of course, midweek muster is a great, phenomenal, critical part of the format. It is the most successful weekly series we have in Age of Empires, right? That's undoubtedly true. It has delivered time and time again. Well, you already knew we were coming back. We're doubling the prize pool. We're adding more weeks. That's right. I ain't making this up. We managed, we done such a good job with the first iteration. They trusted us with this increase. You ready? Boom. $20,000, 40 weeks, $500 every week. You guys may have noticed, it says August to June. We're in August now. When's it happening? Sooner than you think. We're lining up to kick this bad boy off, to send her on her second voyage, 8th of August. That's right, 1 week from now. Friday, this upcoming Friday, we'll begin the midweek muster journey again. I would have loved to have kickstarted today, but we have to give people time to sign up. So me and my new admin, we're going to be working to make sure we've got a list of players. We're going to be formulating the map pool for the first rotation. We wanted to kind of get a few feelers, have a look at what's there, and if there's any new maps, maybe explore one of those. But the other big thing here, guys, is I'm looking at a change to the prize pooling structure. So previously, only the top 4 were getting paid out in midweek musters. I'm going to look to expand that to the top 8. So first place is now going to go from $125 per week to $175, and then the other place is going to move up a bit. But something I'm doing different is that second and third place are going to be existing. Before, we paid first, second, and then third, fourth was the same. Now, we're going to start having a third place match. So we're going to have probably a best of 5 for the third place match. And then depending on if we have semi-finals to cast on Thursday, that first place match will either happen before the grand finals, or we'll use it as some content for Friday because we'll say players just come play this on that day. So yeah, so that's the plan now. $500 up for $300 a week. I'm talking to sponsors about trying to increase it further. If people know brands, if they've got connect points, please reach out. It helps immensely. I think we can go bigger and better. I've even been talking to a few brands who they looked at the numbers and they went, this is actually a pretty reasonable deal you're giving us. Let me explore it. So yeah. How do you sign up? We're going to look to have the Start GG up either today or tomorrow. So that will be pinged out. !Discord. You want to be joining my Discord? That's where that info will get dropped. In terms of when you guys can watch the games, the format has not changed at its core. Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Friday streams is when we'll be live, when we'll be covering games. Mondays will typically be round of 16 games, maybe some quarterfinals. Tuesdays, typically quarterfinals and semifinals. Thursdays, semifinals, grand finals, third place match. If we don't have time for third place match on Thursdays, we'll do it for Friday to start off the next week. So it gives you something to tune in for on those Fridays. I am exploring trying to get more funding for additional show match formats for Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays. In fact, there was a format I was trying to work on, but I think we might have to change it. I was going to try to use the new Empire Draft mode to host maybe like $1,000 tournament on one of the weekends this month. But I think Hussein's done a great job, but we need to cook it more and refine it into something that's digestible. But maybe we'll have some weekend tournaments in the future. We'll figure that out. But yeah, for now, that's the plan. So August 8th, and then running through into June. Occasionally, we will have weeks off. For example, at the end of September, I'm going on holiday, which means there will not be a midweek muster for that week. But outside that and Christmas, and then if there's another LAN is the main exceptions. If I'm available, we'll run midweek musters each week is the idea. So yeah, pretty crazy. Same format in terms of qualification. 16 invited from the previous one, and then 8 invited based on highest ladder on the leaderboard and highest rank in tournament ranking. So we've given ways, like we normally do, for people who are up-and-comers to get into the system and to try and prove themselves and sharpen their teeth. The goal with Midweek Muster, I think we smashed it, was to allow an environment where people could get better at the game against some of the best. And we've done that. And not just that, we delivered, in my opinion, some of the most entertaining games we saw in 2025 so far. Full stop. And we'll continue to do that every single week through and through into 2026. 40 weeks. That means probably 160 days of KPMM broadcasts. 160 days. On average, probably let's be generous, 5 hours, right? That's 800 hours. Realistically, we're probably going to be over 1,000 because I'm pretty sure the first KPMM was like 800 hours in total. So yeah, hopefully you guys are enjoying from that. I know it's been a little bit of a dry little moment as we took a break to get everything lined, get our ducks in order. But I'm excited, man. Like, we've got more players up and coming. We start to see people like Jiff joining the format. We've seen the return of Old Guard as well, sort of returning to Age of Empires 4. Rumors of Recon rippling through. Dare I say, maybe Mr. or Magic could come and dance with us. I don't know. We'll see. But 2025 is going to be a good year. We've got another DLC ahead of us. I think it's going to be big. I think it's also, I'm hoping, going to be something that hits not just the multiplayer, but the single player itch as well. Fingers crossed on that. And I think within that, with the state of certain other scenes and more people taking a serious look at AoE 4, not only is Age of Empires 4 going to have a really good year, I think KPMM, with all of you guys' support, could go bigger and better than we did even last time. So reminder, guys, make sure that you share this around. Make sure you let people know. In fact, I'm about to drop a tweet. I know not all of you have Twitter, but go for it if you do. Don't retweet it. We are going to be back. We're going to be doing what we've been doing this entire time. And my goal, just like we achieved this time, is to scale it again. Every time, keep going bigger. You know, if you guys deliver again, and like this is the point, it's a win for you, it's a win for the players, it's a win for me. It's all about scalability. If we deliver again, next time I go talk to them, maybe it's 30K or 40K. So you guys, like, it really comes down to you guys tuning in, you guys sharing around. Like, the best marketing we really have in AoE4 is word of mouth. Reddit, Discords, everything. If you guys shine a light on it and we get bigger, we go bigger, right? Because we went from $9,000 to $20,000. Now, maybe I'm expecting too much, but by that mathematical logic, next time we should be aiming for 40K, right? It all comes down to if we keep growing, though. So yeah, fingers crossed we can like hit growth patterns. Like, I think we hit this pitch based on probably about 350 to 400 average viewership. If we get up to like 800, I would be shocked if they didn't accept 35, 40K prize pool next time. And that is a dream for me because it means we reached it in a way that didn't lead to me killing myself and my bank account or mispromising what we could deliver to the developers, but instead building in a sustainable fashion, which is sadly something that a lot of esports still doesn't do these days when we need to. But yeah, really big shout out to you guys. You guys have been incredible achieving this, and I've definitely missed doing the KPMMs. Maybe I'll regret that once we get started. I think I kind of needed the break because I think we finished the 30 weeks, and I was like, and I was like, what now? And I actually didn't take a break. I just went ahead and streamed again, like pub games, and you know, we need co-casters. We'll see. I don't know. I don't like the idea of necessarily having people on for free for co-casting is my issue there. And it's a little bit tricky on open scheduling format anyway, but we'll see. But yeah, guys, that's the news. Let's see, we're back and bigger, over double the prize pool, more weeks. Just as epic. Yes, I think that's right. All right, guys. Let me update the announcement Nightbot thing. 1 second. So tweet is now up. Bigger and better. Boom. Exclamation mark announcement should now work. All right. So, I think that'll probably bring us to a close for today. You get the point where I'm crying? It's possible we've got some way to go, though. I mean, I think we done really well with our first edition. I set very high goals. We didn't hit them. But, like, I accept they were high goals. But I always say, like, why go? Like, dude, I'd rather go for a high goal than go for an easy goal where I give myself a little pat. My goal still for 2025, I mean, we've still actually got some months, right? My goal for 2025, by the time we were hitting Christmas, averaging that 700 viewership. Right? Because then I know we can start bringing in more sponsors. We can start getting that more reliable intake. And also, as a livelihood, it becomes more sustainable. Like, even at 350, we had some way to go. I'd have to math it out. Like, I will when I do my taxes to see if it was, like, profitable. But, like, you know, I've treated this as a passion project for a long time. I think I told you guys as well, when we started up KPMM, I remember saying to Emma, I was like, this is make or break. If this doesn't work in Age of Empires 4, I'm out. And you guys, you turned up and delivered to keep me around. So, hopefully, we continue to deliver, we continue to grow, continue to get bigger, and able to do bigger and better things. But guys, I'm going to get ready to end the stream. YouTube, Kick, that is all for today. Thank you very much for watching. I don't think I'm going to have a stream on the weekend. Maybe an impromptu one on Sunday, but not planned. Plan will be back to Monday, Tuesday, into Thursday. And then on Friday, we will kick off Midweek Muster Season 2 with the 31st edition of our weekly tournaments. I hope you'll all tune in for all of it throughout the week. Have a good weekend. I'll see you all soon.